All right, I see our participants are starting to climb. I'm going to go ahead and call us to order because the board is going to immediately move over to closed session so people can join as we're doing that. So meeting of the CUSD Board of Education is called to order for July 16th, 2020. This is a special board meeting and welcome everyone. And our first order of business will be to have the board agenda approved. So if I can get a motion and a second, please.
I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Jerry. And a second?
I will second it.
Great. Thanks, Satish. Okay, so all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Moving on to public comments for closed session items. Do we have any public comments for the closed session?
Not that I can tell.
Okay, thank you, Leslie. So the board will be adjourning to closed session. We expect to be back close to 6 p.m. Members of the audience, please stay with us and the board will be back once we have adjourned from closed session back into open session. Thanks so much. I have Jerry, Sylvia. Don't see Phyllis or Satish yet. Do you guys?
No.
Okay.
There's Satish.
Okay, we have Satish.
And Phyllis.
And Phyllis. Okay, so welcome back, everybody. I will go ahead and call our meeting back to order. And then the board is returning from closed session. The board, Stacy, make sure I do this right, did reach settlement agreement for student 5-21-20A. Anything else need to be said with that one?
You're spot on.
Okay, thank you. All right, so moving on, we are going to go to item 7 on the board agenda, communication from our employee organizations. I'm pretty sure we have Kai with us tonight.
That is correct.
And anybody else? Let's see. Oh, and I see Purnima.
Yes.
We don't see Britt tonight. Okay, so Kai, would you like to lead us off here?
Yes, thank you very much.
Great.
USD School Board, Executive Cabinet, thank you for allowing me to speak. I will keep my comments brief and hopefully more light than last week. I just want to thank, first of all my teachers who spoke at the last school board meeting. I think we did a great job of expressing how we felt about moving to distance learning, and you know, the passion was very evident in their speak, and I really appreciate everyone coming forward and speaking. School board, I really appreciate all the time that you put into that. I know there was a late meeting. You were up well past midnight, and at the end, you all said that you really appreciated hearing the perspective of our teachers, and I really appreciate that as well. And finally, the Executive Cabinet, I appreciate all the time you put in. I know we've been talking this week, and I just appreciate what I'm seeing as far as from our district, how you were really looking at our employees and their safety and their well-being and their health and putting that first. So thank you so much. And like I said, I'll keep it brief. So thank you.
Thank you, Kai, and to our Cupertino educators. And then Purnima, I see you as well tonight. Did you want to make a comment?
Yes, Laurie, thank you.
Great.
Good evening. Oh, thanks, Laurie.
Good evening, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. I would first like to thank the board members and the executive team for the opportunity today. On behalf of CSEA, I would like to thank the executive team for being collaborative and inclusive in putting together the phased approach to reopening that puts the safety and health of all our members as its top priority. Thank you so much once again for all your hard work and your time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Purnima. Great to hear from CSEA as well. And just checking one more time that I don't have Britt tonight from our SEIU. So, okay, great. So then moving us on, item 8.1 is our public comment for guidelines for items on the agenda. Just to remind everyone that you do need to submit a comment card. Staff usually has it linked for us both in the chat. If it's not, I'm sure it will be momentarily, and also on the CUSDK8.org website. And just as a reminder, we do allow anyone who submits the comment card to speak publicly. We try to hear from everybody, and in order to keep that fair, we do put a time limit on it, and we'll hear in just a minute how many cards we have submitted to determine a time for that. And just as a reminder, you know, the board is happy to and really appreciates the feedback from everyone, and that we generally do not respond, only so that we can make sure that if we you know, do need to do more than asking clarifying questions of staff as a follow-up, that we make sure it's agendized properly for a future meeting so that everyone can hear the responses. So let's see here. Leslie and team, do we have a count on what we're expecting?
At this time, we have about 23 or 24. They're still coming in. Just a reminder, we'll only call on each individual once. There are a couple people that have submitted multiple cards, but you'll have one time to speak when your name is called.
Okay, so given 23, I feel like we'll be a little bit outside the time we'd normally give, but is everybody okay, supportive of continuing with our normal 3 minutes?
Excuse me, Lori, these are 23 comments for items not on the agenda, or 23, because if they're on the reopening, we should do that when are we at section 9 now or section 8?
Thank you for the point of order. So let's go ahead and officially move us on to item 9.1, update on the reopening of schools.
Thank you.
And you're right, we need to hear the presentation first. I am ahead of myself. Thank you very much, Jerry. I think sometimes we get so caught up in hearing from the public that I let myself get ahead of that. So I appreciate the reminder. Okay, so item 9.1, reopening of schools. And I believe Stacy and Allison are leading us off here.
Great, and thank you. So if it's okay with the board, I think what we'd like to ask is to go completely through the presentation and then take the questions at the end, just in case we do touch on those throughout the presentation, and a lot of them do link to each other. And so it is, you know, our continued effort as we're looking at how do we move forward and continue our reopening plans, continue in our 4th phase. We do recognize that things are still changing and will continue to change most likely. We are aware that Governor Newsom is going to make some kind of updated guidelines tomorrow. We're not sure what that exactly will be, but we're going to stay our course and continue with our 4 phases, and have brought back some further information for you tonight. And just to echo, I think what we've heard from throughout over the last couple of weeks is just the deep appreciation for the feedback, the comments, the questions that we have received from staff and from parents, because it really does feel like it's a very collaborative effort as we're doing this planning. And, you know, just that ability to hear those points of views and be able to adjust and modify is so important, because it really does affect everyone, and it affects everyone in different ways. And so the other piece I just really wanted to ensure as we're moving forward, you know, last week we spent a lot of time talking and hearing from our teachers, but when we talk about staff, we really are talking about all of our employees and making it safe for and healthy for everyone in CUSD. Our classified staff have been amazing, and many of them have been at work as essential workers and continuing since March on the job. And so that continues to be a high priority for us in ensuring the health and safety. So I just wanted to put that out there as we go through all of the slides and continue our discussions and conversation. Tonight, we do want to go refresh and give a quick review of the 4-phase framework as we continue to adjust that as we hear new guidelines coming in. We know that one of the items that is really out there is the option of distance learning if we do go, or when we do go into a hybrid. If you can go back to this slide a minute. Sorry, thanks, Mahmood. Really wanted to talk a little bit more about what that distance learning option will look like as far as how it will work with our staffing in place. We did say that we would bring protocols. We are continuing to work on these protocols in conjunction with our health department, with our guidelines. And so as we're able to complete these protocols, we'll bring back them continually throughout the board meetings and before school starts. And then we have received direction as far as the attendance and instructional minutes. And we do want to show our plans in our distance learning as well as in our hybrid models, how they are compliant with the requirement for our instructional minutes and for our attendance that we now have direction on for this year.
Gary has the details.
I'm not sure where that came in, but the other piece that we do have some grading information that we'll share with you as well. And then really our goal for tonight is we have another board meeting in 2 weeks. What additional information would you like us to bring back on July 30th as we continue this planning? And really, as we are listening to what's happening out there and seeing the spike in the COVID and so many unknowns, we've seen our county going into a step back from some of that reopening. How far can we really commit to say that we'll stay in distance learning into the beginning of the year? And again, for planning purposes, for staffing purposes, and just to really ensure that, we know our distance learning is a very robust, intense quality learning, and we want to continue and focus on that as well. So that's our hopeful outcome for the end of the meeting tonight. So we can move on to the next one. So again, our 4-phase framework, our phase 1 is the distance learning completely. All campuses would remain closed. Students would be receiving their distance learning by remote. And during this phase, teachers would be able to come into their school sites and work out of their classrooms for that learning environment, to have access to their technology, but the campuses would remain closed for everyone else. Phase 2 would be that hybrid model. And again, this is one that we continue to kind of work through and modify, because it does change. This would be that first opportunity to bring in-person back onto our school sites. We have continued to change this and look at what are some of those groups that we could bring back in that we could possibly meet our guidelines with. We are still exploring, could that also be an opportunity to bring back some students to address some of the social emotional needs, some of the physical education needs, some of those areas that we could bring back groups safely. We could actually do those perhaps outdoors in the open space, which meets one of the criteria. So we will continue to look at that phase 2 and how we can further define that. Phase 3 would be just the expansion of the phase 2, bringing everybody back onto campuses at least for a portion of the day, portion of the week. And then phase 4 would be the return to the traditional normal full day instruction on campuses. Next slide. So one of the areas that I think we've all been asking for, and I say all is across the board, from teachers to parents to our board to our county, is how do we know when we're ready to move between these phases? Because I think that's really important. We've actually alluded to it many times, just that need to plan and to have our families know when we're going to be moving into these phases, and our teachers to be able to plan, and our classified staff. And so we really are looking at 3 different ways or criteria that we'll utilize to shift between the phases. We have our requirements, our recommendations, and our considerations from the opening of school guidelines that we will continue to use. We know that some of those fall under the district requirements, and so we'll continue to monitor those. And as we can shift all of those from red to green, that would be an indicator that we could consider moving into the next phase, as well as school sites also have those same type or similar indicators, and we would need to move those from green into from red into those green indicators, or if they're yellow, they would need to go to green. The third piece, as we shift up and look at a sample of what that dashboard might look like, is we really are reliant on our public health because they're going to need to determine what that safety is for the health conditions to return to the school site. So that would need to shift into from the red or to the yellow to the green. And so we literally will take all of the different requirements that we have, we'll have them listed out, and we'll continue to update this slide on our dashboard and show where we are in meeting each of those criteria. Right now, we would look at all of them are still in a red because we haven't been able to convert everything over, so it would require us to stay into phase 2. Again, we're hopefully that we will slowly get to start moving those into other colors, but until we can get all 3 out of the red, we wouldn't be able to move out of the phase 1. Next slide. So the area that we wanted to spend some time on tonight is our alternative program choice. And really, again, we are a district of choice. I know our parents value choice. That has been something that I think has made CUSD one of the unique sites and school districts throughout, is that we do allow different options and choice for parents. All of our schools are great schools, but each has their own different culture and environment, and it's important to allow that to continue. So we do want to try and honor that as we are going into the new school year and again, facing many of the unknowns. I would say our first preference is we would want to ensure everyone that when we do move into that phase 2, we really are creating a healthy and safe environment for all. So our desire would be that everyone does feel comfortable, but then we also recognize that for other circumstances, some people may not be ready to send their children back to school, and we want to honor and respect that. So we do have 2 other alternatives other than staying on the 4-phase approach that we've presented, is families could elect to go into our home study alternative program. This is an existing program in our district already, albeit small, but it would have room to grow on. And students would actually be placed into the home study. They would have a teacher assigned to them, but the actual instruction would come through the parents. So the parents would meet with the teachers. They would have the curriculum and standards outlined to them and supported, but the actual instruction would come directly from the parents. So that would be an option that parents could opt into. The other one that we are creating is what we're calling a distance learning alternative program. And this would be a year-long of distance learning. We shared this several weeks ago, and a lot of our feedback that we received was just the concern of having to commit to a year-long distance learning with so many unknowns, and if conditions were to improve, parents would like to come back. So we really have tried to align this with, again, that opportunity throughout the school year and choice. And so we would create this distance learning option that would be at trimester marks for elementary school students, that you could opt in or out of the distance learning based on how you're feeling about the health and safety, what the environment is, when we're moving into the different phases. But it allows you that opportunity that if you initially opted into the distance learning, but throughout the year you decide that you would like your child to return to school, you could have that option to return to your classroom. We would not be able to guarantee that you would return to your home school during this distance learning year, but we would guarantee that you return to your home school for the 21-22 school year, whether it was your home attendance area or whether you're currently enrolled in an alternative program at one of our other sites. A little explanation on, I know that we're getting a lot of questions and concerns. Parents really hold tightly. They want to stay with their homeschool alignment. They want to stay with their teachers at that site. In order for us to offer this distance learning strand, it really does require us to move our teachers around. So determining how many students are interested in this distance learning would determine how many teachers we need to assign to this strand. Our teachers have to come from our existing teaching staff right now. We do not have the financial ability to go out and hire additional staff right now. So we do have to be really creative and shuffle our classrooms around. And that leads to why we need to know that as soon as possible so that we can set those schedules. We can determine who's going to be teaching what subjects, what grade levels, because we are working closely with our union, because it does require some change as far as how we can transfer and move teachers around. So I know that's our intent would be, we would love to have a teacher assigned to each school site that is from that site. We just don't know until we start seeing those numbers, and then we'll work closely with each school site to see if that could happen. So next slide. All right. So we did say we'd bring some of our protocols back together, and I'm going to ask Joe Vidal to jump in, and he has been working very closely with our public health and our nurses and can walk you through these next couple of slides. Joe?
Thank you, Stacy. I would just like to start by thanking our nurses for their summer efforts. It's a dedicated group, and we do appreciate all the work that they're doing. They've been working very hard to keep us informed of our local conditions, using information from the state and the county and the Santa Clara Public Health Department to ensure that we have strong and robust health and safety protocols going into the 2021 school year when we transition into that phase 2. We've been asked to bring forward tonight 2 slides to provide some general COVID safety precautions and list our procedures in the event that a student or staff member exhibits COVID symptoms or tests positive. Some of those safety precautions are that staff and families will be notified of all health and safety requirements at the beginning of the school year. In addition, we will post signs throughout our facilities and the main entrance and exit points, reminding our community the essential requirements. For example, symptom checks, face coverings, social distancing requirements. We will ask our students and staff to conduct daily symptom checks prior to their arrival here on campus. For any students and staff exhibiting symptoms, we will be required to immediately isolate and be sent home. I know Jeff and his team has also been working very hard to develop routine and frequent cleaning procedures and practices that are aligned to the Department of Public Health's requirements to ensure that we have safe and healthy environments going into next year. In the event of a positive case, the district will notify the Santa Clara Department of Public Health and collaborate in identifying any possible exposures. I know a group of our nurses even attended additional training in contact tracing over the summer and are well versed in assisting with these procedures as well. And finally, but not exhaustive, per the Santa Clara Department of Public Health guidelines, those who come in contact with an exposed individual will be notified. They'll be instructed to quarantine and also be instructed to be tested. The next slide really pulls from pages 19 through 22 of the Santa Clara Department of Public Health's reopening document and states that students and staff will be required to be tested as soon as possible after they develop 1 or more COVID symptoms, or if someone in their household or close contacts tested positive for COVID-19. More specifically, for positive results, parents or guardians and staff must notify school administration immediately if the student or staff tested positive for COVID-19 or if one of their household members or non-household close contacts tested positive for COVID-19. As previously mentioned, this would trigger a chain of procedures as we work closely in collaboration with the Department of Public Health in those cases. For negative results, systematic students or staff who test negative for COVID-19 should remain at home until at least 72 hours after resolution of symptoms like a fever and improvement of any other symptoms involved. This is further broken down into in-home contacts and contacts outside of the home. And so asymptomatic non-household close contacts to a COVID-19 case should remain at home for a total of 14 days from the date of last exposure, even if they test negative. So even though a student or staff member tests negative and is not exhibiting any symptoms, if they were in close proximity to an individual that tested positive, they'd be required to quarantine as well. Asymptomatic household contacts should remain at home until 14 days after the COVID-19 positive household member completes their isolation. And of course, all throughout this is going to be critical that any documentation of negative tests must be provided to the school administration before returning to work or school. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask Allison to jump on, and she'll walk us through the instructional minutes, the instructional days, and the attendance. And again, we tried to take our draft schedules that we've created for our distance learning, again, setting those routines that parents can know what the expectations are under distance learning or when we do move into hybrid, and really show how they align to ensure that we are getting those instructional minutes We know that there has been some flexibility with the legislature and the state laws, but we are still required to do our 180 instructional days, and we are still held to daily instructional minutes. So Allison?
Yes, thank you, Stacy. So this slide here is just a summary of those state requirements. We have established instructional minutes for each school day set out there in red. And also, as Stacy said, the focus is now on the instructional minutes per day, which is a shift. Usually we report our instructional minutes over the course of the school year. But during distance learning and hybrid models and this school year, we will be looking at the minutes per day per state requirement. We also know that the state is continuing to waive the PE instructional minute requirements. However, we are keeping those on our schedule because that's one of the feedback pieces that we heard. And of course, we evaluate as part of our strategic plan as a critical part of students' wellness. But the logging of the minutes is going to be waived by the state. And also some definition around instructional minutes has been provided by the state. And you can see those there. The one that I'll call out is distance learning, because this is the one where sometimes we get a lot of questions about. The state is saying that the way to calculate those instructional minutes is that time value of assignments. So that can include time with their teacher, where they're working through a lesson together, and it can include independent working time, the total time of the assignment that the student is working through. As determined by the teacher. And then the hybrid model, of course, is a blend of teacher time and assignment time all together. So that clarity, I think, will help both parents and staff understand what is required and how we're thinking about learning time when we say instructional minutes. So what we are doing is trying to get some daily clarity, taking that, we had that chart last time that had kind of ranges and it was grade clusters, and we were kind of trying to break it down with some draft guidelines by grade level to provide additional clarity. Now I want to say really clearly though that, we know that guidelines are important to help with the elements of consistency and provide direction, but also we know that learning doesn't happen in little snippets of time like this and neat packages, and actual learning time varies student by student, and also sometimes teachers need to make adjustments. You might need a few more minutes one day in one subject, a few less in another. So let's just keep that in mind as we're looking at this, that we want to have, clear guidelines for our teachers while also trusting in their professional judgment to make those adjustments in response to student needs while staying within that total number of minutes. I think the big picture idea here is with the new guidelines from the state and our work in clarifying it is that we're really talking about that full learning day in any of the models. So when we talk about these minutes, this would be in distance learning or in hybrid learning, knowing that some of the time is teacher together time, synchronous time, and some is assignment time or students working in small groups. So for each grade level, we've laid out what that could look like by subject area, including that morning meeting and attendance taking. And then on Wednesday, we talked about the importance of making sure that our teachers have lots of collaboration time, professional development time, but also that our students have all those really important enrichment moments that happen when we're able to have them at school. So on Wednesdays, we would want to start the day with that morning check-in and attendance, and then have a menu option for the kids to work through on Wednesdays, as well as continuing our reading and math and other independent practice as assigned by the teacher. So this is showing you our draft so far for TK, K, and 1, and we can go to the next slide and we'll see, excuse me, as the grades increase and what we're going after in terms of learning standards increases, so does the time. So we're bumping that up a little bit there to 245 minutes in grades 2 and 3 as required, and that independent time at the end of Wednesday, not necessarily the end of the day, but the final bullet there is bumped up as well for these grades. And thanks, Mahmood. We can go to 4 or 5. I know we're going quickly here, but on this one, same thing. Now we're bumped up a little bit higher. And I should mention too that you'll notice that it's more than the required state minutes. And that's always been true in our district. We've never been, bare bones at the minimum instructional minutes district. And so we're continuing that in these plans. Really, these estimates are based on general practice that's in place anyway when school is in session. So we're in these models, 10 to 15 minutes above the minimum in all of the grade clusters. Okay, so going on to middle school, this one, we had on our schedules that idea of having those 3 periods a day where you have that kind of scheduled period time. And we described it as live periods here, but I want to take a minute to clarify this a little bit. When the kids have their period on the schedule, that means they're checking in with that class and that teacher. It most likely does not mean that they're having a 50-minute lecture. That would not be really the best practice, right? It means that they're having their class time, and just like when school happens, that's probably including some teacher-led time. It could include some small group time, active engagement with the class across that period, but not necessarily teacher doing, direct teaching for the 50-minute block. It could include a variety of activities depending on what the teacher saw was needed for that time period. And then I also want to call out that in the afternoon there, we have that small group office hour time block. And, one of the things that we are seeing that caused maybe a little confusion is we're not saying that the kids are not doing work from the other subjects during those days. They would be. So every day across the week, the kids are working on the assignments that have been given by their teachers as assigned, even if that period isn't showing up that day. And that's one of the wonderful things about middle schoolers is they're starting to practice all those executive functioning skills of time management and having due dates that are stretched out a little further, and they're able to, with support, manage that and learn that skill of how do you work across a week. So the other thing that we learned last time is that we need to be more intentional about how we set up that small group time, and that check-in time so that kids know when is my time to check in with my teacher. So on the schedule, it looks like a block of time that's very open, but we know we need to have site conversations about how we would actually lay out that time so that kids would know when their check-in time is. And then on Wednesdays in middle school, we again would have that, okay, everybody up, let's start the school day. Let's check in to start the day and take attendance and do announcements. We also know we need to have that reserved place in our schedule for social emotional learning and digital citizenship skills. That could also be part of Wednesday. And then each period would have assignments that the kids would be doing on Wednesday as well. So a little bit, more mature version than what we would have for the elementary menu, but same kind of idea. The kids have a full day of learning on Wednesday. Teachers have collaboration and professional development. Okay, moving on. We also wanted to give you an update on our thinking around grading during emergency distance learning. We put a pause on our practices, but we know that we want to get back to some more concrete information around student progress. So for elementary school, we're thinking that we will return to the standards-based grading approach with some modifications. We would be using a trimester plan. All schools would be on the same schedule. We've been talking about that so we could work together and support each other. As we talked about last time, the teachers would have a brief virtual, it's looking, check-in with each student family in August. Just that conversation that we talked about last time, hopes and getting to know you moment. And then there would still be the fall goal setting conferences. We would have the 3 report card periods. We're thinking that we want to return to the report card, but maybe make some adjustments. We have a lot of little sub-bullets on the report card. And we actually found that having an emphasis on the comments really helped teachers personalize for what they were seeing during distance learning. So we imagine, still having marks by the different subject areas, but maybe we're going to have to work on this with our teachers, but maybe continuing to emphasize the comments and maybe not having all the separate boxes that we traditionally have on the elementary report card. Some of it is better served through comments and distance learning, we found. And then I'm not sure if you know this, but we have had this option of making progress, not making progress for our beginner EL students, our English learners, and that would continue to be an option. In middle school, we would return to the traditional grading on a semester plan. Again, schools on the same schedule. We know that some of our students ended the spring distance learning in June with a mark of no credit or no mark instead of earning credit, NCNM, instead of earning credit for their courses last spring. And we committed to each other to follow up on that and make sure that we were circling back with those students. Of course, all students who are struggling, we have these processes through MTSS. We regularly hold SSTs for students who are struggling, and that would continue broadly, but I wanted to call this out because it was something that occurred during distance learning most recently. So we would return to the grading. We also would have we call it MPNP for ELs, making progress, not making progress. We would have those progress reports between the halfway mark along the semester. And we would continue to exercise sometimes the option of no mark, which is, it's always been there on our report card for some time. But this is one of those moments where sometimes the traditional grade is not the right option for all students during distance learning. There could be a family circumstance or something going on where the administrator and the family, everyone agrees that this is, a hardship kind of situation. So we would retain that option. And then of course, just more broadly, we have a big focus on assessment and we need to support our teachers with just options for providing meaningful feedback, but that's manageable and isn't, having them just, it can be very time consuming in the new environment to figure out how to provide the feedback. And we know it's really critical, but we also want to be sure that we're doing it in a way that is doable for teachers. So that would be part of the professional development to make sure we could hit that mark. Okay, I'm trying to move along here and as fast as we can with getting you the next section here. This part is about instructional days and the new state requirements. As Stacy said, the number of instructional days remains at 180. And these are, some elements that are called out. They were things that we were already thinking about, but now we know it's a requirement. So it's just kind of affirming what we were already doing, that the kids have to be scheduled for the length of the school day. So we're talking about that full instructional minute delivery in all models. And that can be, in person and distance learning. Those minutes can be accomplished through both of those ways. And a reminder from last time, the state also has told us that we must include daily live interaction. And of course we want to do that. We've been talking about that all along, that importance of connection and developing the sense of belonging. And it's one of the elements that we're committed to having consistency around for the kids. Okay. And this next bullet here, this area of reporting, attendance, and penalties, we're still learning about this. Some of this we don't have all the details on, but we know it will be coming. So we'll continue to update you. The first one here is, we know we will be taking attendance each day. And this weekly engagement record is going to be a requirement. We don't know what that will look like yet or what the exact requirements will be, but we know that we will be documenting synchronous and asynchronous time. So synchronous time means when we're together with the teacher in the same moment, like if there's a live lesson or a live class meeting. Asynchronous is anytime the kids are doing the practice on their own, not at the same time as their class. So like when a teacher assigns any work to be done, or the teacher says, watch this video before the next class. So we know we'll be documenting how much together time and how much independent time we have in our schedules. And then it talks about, you know, we would have penalties if we didn't meet these. Of course, we're going to meet these once we know exactly what we need to do. And then the third bullet here about attendance, participation, this one I think also is pretty clarifying, that the evidence of participation can be when we see the kids doing their work, they're participating in online activities, they're completing their assignment, there's contact between the district and the students and parents. And the way it's actually written is that it's not limited to these. It doesn't mean all of these things have to be present every day, but it's providing a list of things that count towards attendance. So it's giving us a sense that, for example, during those time blocks when the kids are working through their assignments, that counts as participation. It's not just only the live time. Okay.
Okay, so it is my turn. So we just wanted to give you a quick graphic related to the parent survey that went out on Monday. Since we printed this, or since we put it in the slide, we actually have over 8,000 responses. We have approximately anywhere from 10,000 to 11,000 families. And when I talk about responses, these are family responses, and that's a family response if they only took their survey once. And families may have taken the survey more than once, but at this point, you know, the purpose of this survey was to give us an idea based on the 3 models that we are intending on rolling out in the fall, where our families were sitting right now in their thinking related to the needs of their families. And so this shows TK through 8th grade students across the district. We have representation from all of our schools. Our bigger schools had more responses than our smaller schools, obviously. The other thing that I think has been most telling for us, it's been a great way for us to gather information from our parent community in regards to the questions that they have that they need answered before they have to make a selection. So I don't want to say it's a default, but if our typical phase is the 4-phase model, and our alternative choices are 100% distance learning, home study, just like with our typical alternative schools, parents want to know a lot of information before they sign up to go to CLIP or Faria or McAuliffe, etc. So the comments that we've gotten from these survey responses have given us just lots of information on when we make those choices available and families commit to a model or express an interest, and hopefully we will have space for what parents are requesting, the kinds of things that they're wondering about. Many of the things that they're wondering about have been presented today. Other things that they're wondering about, we just need to make sure that we have clear language around it. They are wondering about, if I'm an alternative school family and I choose a distance learning 100% of the time, what does that mean in regards to my alternative choice of McAuliffe? Will I have a McAuliffe teacher? Will I have, instruction taught like a McAuliffe teacher would? And so we're responding to those. We'll make sure that we're clear on that. They're wondering about the ability to move within work throughout programs. So if I start a program and then let's say 9 weeks later, we've decided we need something else, what would be the process for that? Do I have a spot at my school the following school year, or will I have to reapply? Or are those spots going to be maintained? Lots of questions about safety protocols if we choose the 4-phase model. And then a lot of questions just about what are the difference in regards to the educational rigor and experience that my child will get if we're in a 4-phase model, distance learning to start, compared to 100% distance learning model to start and home study. So we will continue to clarify that as we, finalize plans, and then also before we go out to seek commitments or really true desires from parents, where we will actually be collecting student IDs and programs of choice. So with that, I think we're going to turn it over to Stacy.
So based on that, we had said that we wanted to send that first survey out, as Leslie explained, just to start gathering that information. Our next steps really are now to do some assessment of where our teachers are and where their interests lie, as far as who would be interested in doing the distance learning, where that matches up with our interests from our families. We are working with our unions to discuss how this could affect their existing contracts, whether we're doing distance learning, the transfers, the evaluations. So we'll continue our collaboration with all three of our unions on that as well. And then we know that the other area of question and concerns have come up is what will happen with the need of subs, or if a teacher is out or a staff member is out. So we are working on policies on that to ensure that we do have a plan in place if a teacher does need to be out or another staff member is out, to ensure that that continuity of education continues on. So we'll be bringing those back for our next board meeting as well. So with that, as we turn back to the board, I think just wanting to share that we all recognize that the best education we can give to our students is face-to-face, in person. We all acknowledge that in that perfect world, pre-COVID, our quality education delivered face-to-face was absolutely the best. Based on where we're facing right now with what's happening surrounding us, the requirements that are put in place, it poses a lot of challenges for us. And although we're working towards meeting those requirements, it's a daunting task and does take time. It does take a lot of restructuring, remodeling. And so we really do look at that model of moving slow before we put our students back into an in-person, before we put our staff back into that in-person. There are so many unknowns out there, and just our current safety and health from our county surrounding us is in question. We're seeing the spikes in the COVID. We're seeing the guidelines that we are all attempting to, and we will get them. We will have those in place. We just need time. And so I pose that to the board as we're considering. We know that we're going to open school in the distance learning. That's been our message. We're continuing on our 4 phases, but to allow us that time to really get and dive into our distance learning and give us some opportunity to put that into place and continue our work to get to the phase 2. And what does that look like? Do we need to have our first trimester, our first 9 to 12 weeks that are really designated as distance learning? So again, that our teachers, our families can plan and move forward. We don't have the answers to when we're moving to phase 1 to 2. We know what we need to as far as our guidelines and wait from the county health, but there's still so many unknown answers. And we've said all along, we would want to give our families and our staff as much notice as possible before we're moving into those phases. So I would just land on that and have that ponder for you. And then really where we are is what additional information would you like to have us bring back on that July 30th meeting? And any questions?
Okay, so I think it worked pretty well. Board, what do you think about having sort of the round robin and everybody start with like your 2, or maybe if there's a 2.5 because of a follow-up, round robin first? Does anybody want to kick us off? All right, I saw Phyllis. You want to kick us off, Phyllis?
Yeah, one of the suggestions that came, and I can't remember how because we've gotten them in a variety of ways, but one suggestion that came is when we move into phase 2 that we pair the teachers, 2 teachers with 2 classes of kids so that they can divide those children on the Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. I'm just wondering if that's figuring into your thinking at all as you look at transitioning to phase 2. Maybe that's an Allison question, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think either Allison, I think that is one of the options that's being looked at as part of that creative in-person. Obviously, for some of the sites, it would work easier because they have those perfect matches. We do have some of our sites that have 3 3 classrooms, but that is certainly something that, you know, we would be looking at and have available if teachers want to do that teaming up. I think that's a great idea, and we've actually gotten a couple of those suggestions from parents. So again,
Yeah, the one I saw was from a parent, and I thought it was a good suggestion. And my second question is, I know nobody has a crystal ball, but are you expecting major changes based upon what the governor's going to say tomorrow, or do you think it will be minor, or where's your thinking on that?
I think it will hold the course, maybe coming down with more stringent guidelines. There's been a lot of discussion around the wearing of the face coverings, whether it's required or encouraged, and I think there will be a stronger stance from him on face coverings required. I think it will continue to be working towards the health and safety of the guidelines. I don't know, we don't really know ahead of time what his stance is going to be. I do know that he has is conducting a survey for all the districts in the state of California to ask us what we're doing and where our areas of concerns are and how we're addressing some of those issues. So I think we all appreciate that he's gathering that information from all the districts so that it can help guide him in making some of his decisions as well.
Great. Okay, thank you.
All right, I see Satish, you want to go next?
Okay, I'll make it quick. A couple of things. One is the space availability. When we say the choices were given for the parents for their kids to come. So is it like space availability we mean is in person or that kind of things, right? Like when they opt for a homeschooling or a distance learning, when they want to come back, return back, that is based on the space availability, right?
Right. So maybe I can give an example that will make it a little bit clearer, because I know that is really confusing. So let's say we have 3 first grade classes on a campus and we have enough students. We have a significant number of students that want to do distance learning. And so they would move into the distance learning module. We may need to move one of the teachers off there and reconfigure the students that are remaining, and they may fill the 2 remaining classrooms. And so there's no longer any additional space left on that campus for that grade level. The teacher's been moved off, distance learning students have been moved off, and the remaining students that are staying in the 4 phases fills the 2 classrooms completely to capacity. So at that benchmark, when a parent could opt to come back, there is no space left in either of those 2 classes because we no longer have a 3rd classroom. We've eliminated that classroom. That's probably a simplistic explanation of it. So we'll be doing a lot of that as far as doing some combination classes, shuffling teachers around. Again, if we have a campus where it's those perfect numbers and we have 2 classes and half want distance learning and half want the 4 phase, you know, that's an easy move for us. Then we would have 1 teacher doing the distance learning and 1 teacher doing the 4 phase. I'm not sure they'll all work out quite that perfectly, but we'll work very closely with our principals at our sites as we start doing some of those restructures.
Okay, and the program selection will open by August as per the slide, which means a parent will get a choice one time, or means he's signing up for a year, or it's for a specific period. That is, my child is going to be at home school or distant.
So for home study would be the same. They could opt into it at the beginning, and then at those marker points, the trimester, they could then opt to go back to their home school if there was space available. So it really is contingent on that space available. And then absolutely for the following school year, they would be able to go back to their home school as well.
Okay, I'm done with my 2 questions. I'll wait for the next.
Great, thanks Satish. Okay, and let me flip back to the other screen. Jerry or Sylvia?
Yeah, I can go.
Okay, great. Go ahead, Sylvia.
I wanted to ask a little bit more specifically about the distance learning plan, since we are starting with that. And I guess I'm trying to figure out, I need some help maybe picturing what it looks like, because I know we're asking some parents if they are ready to commit to 100% distance learning for the whole year, but at the same time, we're all starting 100% distance learning. So, and then if we're giving all families the opportunity to make choices at each trimester or each semester, I guess I'm just trying to figure out, because I understand logistically, if you choose that 100% model for the whole year, it's kind of like choosing your own alternative school, and like logistically, it's just easier to plan that way. But at the same time, if we're all starting out that way, if all of our families are starting out that way, is there a way in which we can, I guess, still prioritize that the families are choose who want the 100% distance the whole year? Can we still try to put them with as many of their neighborhood classmates as possible, given that everybody's starting that way? So I'm sorry, it's a very long question, but I'm just trying to, do you know what I'm trying to say? Like, since we're all in that same boat, can we do it in a way that tries to keep as many of our communities together as possible?
Yeah, and I think absolutely that is our first choice, and our first attempt will be as we're looking at those numbers. And I think just sharing as well, part of the reason when we're laying out there and having that thought or that prompt about thinking how far we stay into distance learning, our goal really is when we get into that phase 2, that hybrid model, we are saying it's a safe and healthy environment to return to in person on some modified schedules. And I think the longer we wait to go into that hybrid phase 2 model, I would believe or hope that more parents feel that it's safe and secure, and so less would maybe opt for that distance learning. So there is some value in waiting versus, I understand completely right now, if a parent has to make a decision and not know what's going to happen, you're probably going to, err or tend to lean on the side of, I'm going to be as conservative as I can. This is my child that I'm considering. So I do think there is some value if we can have this distance learning in place. Everyone is getting this very in-depth quality distance learning, but it also gives us time then. Our first goal will be to try to match students up with their homeschool as much as possible. And again, once we have the numbers, we'll be able to bring back more clarity on that. Not a guarantee, but it certainly is the first priority for us as well.
Great. Yeah, I think that would be ideal if we can still keep them prioritized with their neighborhood school or with their homeschool. My second question had to do with the synchronous versus asynchronous. This is probably more of a Allison question. And again, looking specifically at just the distance learning model for now, could you provide an example of what that might look like? I understand the state is having the requirements for live teaching, but I also understand that, in a lot of families, schedules don't always align, right? Like I know in my family, when I have both kids online at the same time, Wi-Fi spotty, those kinds of things. And I know we have families where the older siblings take care of the younger siblings. I guess I'm just trying to figure out, there's so much value to synchronous, but at the same time, there is value to that asynchronous. And so because of family availability. So I guess, how do you balance that, or what does that look like right now in the model that you have?
Mm-hmm. So I think one of the really important things that you're raising that we also heard from our teachers is that being intentional about how synchronous time is used is really critical. So what they were telling us, and we know that this is all part of the research too, and best practices for remote teaching, is that when you can make that core content accessible to the kids in a flexible way, and then use the synchronous time for things like providing feedback or having small group discussions or conferring as part of the workshop model, or those kind of class social emotional moments, that can be a way to approach it. So every teacher has to decide based on what they're trying to accomplish that week or that day, what the best choice is, but really focusing on being intentional about the benefit of synchronous versus asynchronous time is what we're working on. Our summer teacher teams, we have our elementary teams working right now, and one of the things they're trying to do is put together a bank of recorded mini lessons. And so that way, if you have a recorded core lesson, then kids can access that. No one's missing it if they have a problem with connection, or like you mentioned. So I think, that'll be part of our professional development. We're working with EdTech Teacher, and we're going to have a keynote on best practices related to distance learning, remote instruction. That will be part of it. How do you balance synchronous and asynchronous time? And really what we're seeing lifted out of the research, our teachers have been sharing in the feedback loops all along. And I think this is one of the big learnings that they've been helping us to see as we've been going forward. So I think I'm hoping that we don't have a lot of really rigid rules from the state on that. I'm hoping we can have teacher flexibility, because it really is about that intention and how it lays out across the schedule based on what you're trying to accomplish with the kids, rather than saying like everything must be this or that.
Lori, can I ask a follow-up?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I hear you definitely on the teacher flexibility and being able to empower them to manage their classrooms the best ways that they can. I guess it also makes me wonder about consistency. And so in your planning, how are we making sure that that consistency is still happening while still giving teachers the ability and authority to manage their own classrooms?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think we're on that path. All of this, it's part of our thinking when we think about instructional minutes and how the schedule lays out across the week. We know that the kids will have that learning time, that total learning time. But I think we don't want to go to a point of consistency of saying everyone has exactly this many minutes of independent work time and exactly this many minutes of teacher time, because that's not how it works, in regular school either, right? You have to be able to have that flexibility to be responsive to what your students need. So I think we will work through it with our staff to make sure that the experience feels consistent and is rigorous and is at a quality level that is high and meaningful and engaging, and while maintaining the flexibility that really is part of teaching.
Great, thank you.
Jerry.
All right, thanks, Lori. I have two questions, one for you, Stacy, and one for Allison. Stacy, so last week when we looked at the 4-phase model, I remember the recommendation for phase 2 was that by the time it's implemented, all the students will be back in the school for part of the time. I noticed the wording now this week on the phases says identified cohorts will be back, which implies not everyone will be back. So I guess my question is this a wording change, or if we change the intent of phase 2? And if we have changed the intent of phase 2, well, then what are we thinking in terms of what the identified cohorts are? Right, if we would go back to that slide right there, it says identify cohorts.
Yeah.
So, could you clarify that?
I think we had that word last time around too, just meaning like once we decide, is it, we had maybe it'll be the electives or the early primary. So whatever that identified group is, that's all that we were meaning there in the summary. Just the same spirit of what we said in the last presentation.
So the meaning hasn't changed. There hasn't been an intent to change because the wording from last time said by the time phase 2 is implemented, and I have it up here, by the time phase 2 is implemented, all students K through 8 will come to campus for a portion of the day. So that is still the intent then. I just want to make sure.
Yes, nothing has shifted at this point about that.
Great, all right, terrific. And then my second question then, it's really about sort of the student experience. So I'm trying to put that together from the model you presented here. So for instance, for elementary students, they have roughly about 4 hours of instruction. Is the intent that they're online for those entire 4 hours? I understand that they won't be interacting with a teacher, obviously. You wouldn't do that in an in-person model anyway, but right, so let's just park right there. So for this 195 minutes or so, is the intent that they're online the entire time or not? Because no. I know there will.
No, definitely not.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we know that's one of the pieces of feedback that we heard, is that parents and teachers also want a rigorous instructional program, but they don't want to be stuck to the screen all day long.
Right.
So, we'll work through that with the teachers. With the younger kids, like TKK and 1, teachers have been, brainstorming around how could we send home packets of manipulatives and, have that materials pick up that would be responsive to what we know about how kids learn best at this age. And once the kids are in a hybrid model, we'll have the ability to send things home like a homework kind of routine, right? We also may incorporate some, parent education and things of that sort about how to set up the learning environment for young learners. And we know that we have to find a way to, even though we're in this different setting, we know what works in terms of pedagogy for learning, and we are holding on to that even in this model, right? Let's do what works for the kids.
Sure. So I want to double click on the pedagogy there for a moment. So I may be following up on what Sylvia was asking. I understand, I agree that we don't want to have rigid requirements, but are you thinking that we will provide guidelines to teachers as to these are, I guess what I'm trying to get at, Allison, is to give the parents something to expect. So if I'm a TK or first grade parent, what can I expect next year? I know that we have 195 minutes and that's for the state, but from sort of a parent and student perspective, are you thinking, and I'm not asking for a number right now, I'm asking, are you thinking of giving a guideline of what are some rough ranges out of the 195 days? How many of that should be live teaching? Is that part of what you're thinking the district will provide the teachers in terms of a guidance?
I think what I hear you saying, and I'm not sure how we'll frame it yet, but yes, I think the shift we need to make is some people experienced assignments, without a lot of teaching time.
Right.
And that's something that has to be corrected, and we'll work through that in the communications and the guidelines and make sure that we can clearly explain the shift there. I mean, that's a path we've been on. And then the new requirements basically say that the kids have to experience that, live interaction and have that full learning day. So that shift will be made.
All right, great. Okay, thank you. Those are my two questions, Lori.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still unmuted. Okay. So let's see. I want to start off by plus oneing what Sylvia had to say on slide 7 when it came to, as much as we possibly can. I understand that we've got some huge logistical challenges with offering the choice to begin with to say, parents, we're giving you the ability to opt into a 100% distance learning if that's what you want to choose, and that comes, everything's compromises here, right? It's saying we're giving you choice, but because we're giving you choice, we also have these logistical complexities with our staff assignments, and so we can't guarantee that it will necessarily be, your homeschool teacher teaching, the grade and teaching only students from your cohort. But I do want to plus one what Sylvia said about as much as possible, and I guess take it one step further and say, if we come down to a situation where, let's say you've got, I don't know what the cutoff is going to be, so I'm just going to use our standard numbers, but if you've got 26 first graders who all want 100% distance learning, but we can only take 24 of them with the teacher from that homeschool, I think I'd almost rather have that group split and have part of them go with a teacher from a different school and part of them stay with the teacher from their school and have some other kids join them, rather than have just one or two end up without any of their peers from their school. Because I do think that those, especially for our kiddos who are, who have already been on our campuses, those relationships and, even when we mix the kids every year between grades, I think there's a lot to be said with, your kids have at least a couple kids in their class who were in their class last year, and that those, even if it's not their closest friends, right? We don't always get our closest friends in our class from year to year, but, that there are I feel like there's a bit of a social safety net there for kids. So as much as possible, if we can keep them with, kiddos from their school, and then bonus cherry on top, if we can also keep them with teacher from their school, would be something that I would definitely like to see us set as a goal, understanding that, it's not going to be possible 100% of the time because this is all about compromises. And then where do I want to go next? Can we go to slide 16 with the middle school minutes? I got a lot of questions about, I think there's a perception that for, you know, a lot of our families have kiddos who are close, you know, a couple years apart in age. And so we've got a lot of families that have kids in both the high school district and in the middle school district. And I've gotten a fair number of questions about, I think there's a bit of a perception out there right now that maybe the high school district is saying when they're quoting minutes, they're not sort of at the point yet in their conversations, maybe where they're breaking down the combination of those minutes between the synchronous and asynchronous, but also between the live instruction and the assigned minutes to assignments, all counting as instructional minutes. And so I think there might be a misperception that if the high school is saying so many minutes per course per week, that means people are interpreting that to mean all, you know, perhaps live instruction time versus ours is this combination. And so I'm wondering if you can address at all, if we know at all, are we anticipating that, you know, we're similar to what the high school district will be doing in terms of that it will be maybe I need to rephrase this, that when I read, I think almost every district I've read who has gotten to the point in the conversation that we're at now is doing this is breaking their minutes down similarly in terms of there will be a combination of live minutes, synchronous minutes, asynchronous minutes, minutes assigned to assignments versus I think what a lot of people are defining as live teaching time, et cetera. And are we, as far as we know, I'm just looking for confirmation that we're sort of headed in the same direction as most other districts with that. I didn't do a very good job of defining that, but I'm trying to capture what I've been asked.
Do you want me to reply, Stacy, or?
Yeah, thanks, Allison.
Yeah, okay. So, well, I mean, the definition that we highlighted is the state definition. So yes, I mean, in the conversations that I've had with other local districts, the county meetings, these are the types of conversations that I'm hearing happening. And I think it's really important to point out that this is what happens in regular school. You know, I think when we started all of this, maybe some parents, you know, imagined that the teacher was doing like a lecture format for the whole time period, and that just isn't how instruction usually goes at this age. So really, it's just calling out something that's always been true. It's just in any model, we're saying there's teacher time, and then there's time where the kids are working in small groups, and then there's time where the kids are working independently. And all of that together adds up to learning for kids at these ages. And it really isn't new. It might be new information, but it isn't new from, you know, from kind of how it's been rolling along.
Professionals doing the work, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so I haven't talked to our high school colleagues this week. I don't have that information, but we can certainly, you know, we're in regular touch with them, and we can, you know, get clarity on that piece. But because the state called it out, I would expect that, you know, we know it applies across all districts, that definition.
Okay, I think that's helpful. And if we can just keep that in mind as we give updates, that just there are concerns out there about, you know, and I think it probably applies from our families that have middle school and elementary school kiddos too, that you know, everybody's going to be doing this combination. And as you say, that is more closer to actually replicating what normal school was like. All right, so I guess that's my two areas, and then I'll do another round and come back. So let's see. Oh, Phyllis, I've got you first on my list.
So just to piggyback a little bit on what Lori said, instructional minutes have long been an interest of mine, and I haven't always been happy about the way CUSD has handled instructional minutes. So I have to tell you, I think this is wonderful. And it's not so much the fact that you've designated 30 minutes here and 20 minutes there. That's not my concern, because I think a lot of that is teacher discretion and based on the needs of kids. But what I am glad to see is that you have the number of minutes per week or per day for every kid, for every grade level. And my hope is that when this is all over and everybody's back to school normally like we used to know it, that we as a district will continue to pay that kind of attention to instructional minutes, because I think it's super important. That's my 2 cents. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments for you for round two? You got another one if you want it, Phyllis.
I'm
You're
good. Thanks. Yeah.
All right. Satish.
Okay, so I'm coming back to slide 9. Basically, there is this bullet item, expected symptom checks with screening daily. Who's responsible for this? Is it like the school or the school district is taking the responsibility, or the parent has to be done, or it is in a kind of, can you throw a little bit light on that? Little bit explanation, like is it in a paper, or is it some standard questionnaire, or is it some temperature check, whatever it is. So who will do that?
So we're actually really still diving into that as well. Obviously, we have our nurses who are working on that, what those checks need to be, those screenings daily. But there's also going to be a part from parents, and we're working on, is there some way that each morning a parent does a check that is completed, that, you know, says they did this 5-point screening check on their student before they've sent them off to school. So we will bring more of that information back, but that really is going to be a shared responsibility that we all need to engage in, whether it's our staff or for parents as well.
Okay, my second question is again associated to that. Is there any plan to enhance or change our the support of the medical perspective in each school? So what I mean is, like, you have nurses sharing between multiple schools. Now with this, the risk associated to all these things, are we planning to enhance that support?
We have not looked at increasing any of our staffing in those areas. I think that's something that we will need to continue to monitor, just as with our disinfecting and cleaning. You know, we have our plans in place. We're holding to those guidelines. I think as things evolve, it may be something that we do need to come back and look at. You know, I think from the very beginning, we said that COVID is going to cost in some areas. We may save in some areas, but it's definitely going to cost in some areas. And that would be something we need to consider and continue to monitor if that need is in place.
Okay. Yep.
All right. So from Satish, I guess we go to Sylvia.
I had some questions about, we talked last week at the board meeting about some of that parent interaction, especially at the beginning of the school year, and possibly more as distance learning continues. I'm thinking especially about, and we did get a comment from a parent about the number of different modes and platforms that they have to learn, like from Seesaw to Google Classroom to Schoology to, you know, School Loop and all these things. There's so much training that has to go on there as well. I guess my question, or maybe my question slash request for the next meeting would be to have some more information about what that's going to look like in terms of that parent education. I really feel like we're starting with distance learning, and we have to recognize that in order for us to do distance learning well, we need parent partnership. We need to equip parents. We need to give them the tools that they need to help their kids be successful. And so I think that's, you know, I mentioned it last week. I just want to bring it up again because, and I know you guys are working on so many things, and so I know it wasn't on the slide deck today, and that's okay, but I guess I just want to make sure it does not get missed. Or if you have any updates on that you can give me now, that would be great.
I definitely know it's something we're working on and is certainly on our list, as far as we want to be able to provide these expectations and to allow parents to know this is what distance learning will look like, and here's what you can expect every day. So we will put those together. We didn't have them prepared ready to go tonight, but we certainly will bring them back on July 30th, because I think that aligns with, you know, our schools will be reopening soon. We'll have worked through some of those. Again, we still are working with our teacher staff here this summer. You know, they've done some great work just in the first week. So we'll continue to build those plans and bring them back, if that's okay.
Yes, thank you. My second question has to do with social activities, clubs, those kinds of things. And I know that you know, at the middle school, there's more of a culture of clubs. At the elementary school, it kind of varies depending on site to site. We don't have recess anymore. we won't have brunch and lunch and you know, those kinds of things. And I'm talking specifically about the distance learning time. And I know that with the clubs, a lot of that is teacher adjunct time. And it's, you know, it's really up to the teachers, you know, who have an interest in a particular passion area, or, you know, like something that sometimes a lot of that is teacher initiated, and it's not necessarily a consistent thing from site to site. I guess I'm wondering, is there a way that we can institutionalize some of those things to provide that social outlet? I mean, I don't know how that would work. I don't know, like, how we would, I don't want to say assign teachers, right? Because I don't think you should assign a teacher to a club that they're not interested in. But at the same time, is there a way that we can maybe do a matching thing, or just have like a menu of different clubs or things that kids can participate in, or maybe not make it school specific since it's all distance anyway? I don't know. Is there something that we can do where we can put it into bake it into the distance learning?
I know it's come up in several different conversations, just that opportunity to have that social interaction, which is so important. And again, is the one piece that I think we've all struggled with, you know, how do we have that opportunity for students? I think it's something we could certainly look at as we move forward. I know really our focus with the teachers has been on the distance learning and the academic side, and this emotional learning is really important as well. So we could certainly look at that as we move forward. We can bring it up.
I mean, and I think of that as part of social emotional learning, right? And I know that we're dedicating, you know, Wednesdays for that. And I wonder if there's a way to, well, I know there's state definitions of what SEL looks like, but clubs really do, I think, play a part of that. So it'd be nice to see some sort of incorporation of that.
I agree. Yes, we'll take a look.
Thanks.
Okay, Jerry?
Sure. Okay, I got my two. So, no, but first, Stacy and Allison have been watching these questions. I'm impressed at how well you're fielding them. My colleagues and I are throwing the darts all over the board, and you're catching them. So, thank you for that. You could maybe try Jeopardy one of these days when we get through this. But I'll just throw two more out in two random topics here. So earlier, Allison had talked about professional development for the teachers with respect to distance learning, and got me thinking about basically, I like to kind of see where we are in terms of, you know, professional development and training for our certified and classified staff, both in terms of how to do things in this distance learning world and what their jobs and responsibilities maybe or may change because of distance learning. So just because I know you had share some information with us about the summer collaborative teams that are going on. I know they end at the end of July, and I'm sort of wondering, are we going to have time to roll all this training out to the hundreds of teachers in the 3-4 weeks we have? So I was just wondering if you could comment a bit about that, about the current state of professional development training, and yeah. So I'll just stop there.
Yeah, we could bring some information back.
Okay.
We are in the process of putting our plans together for what professional development would look like across the fall. So what it would look like at the start of the year, but even beyond. And that will include things like support of distance learning, but also other things that we were already in process with, such as implementing new adoptions and things. So yeah, I think we have some good ideas coming forth. And, you know, I think these models actually will allow us to move more flexibly in the area of professional development because of that Wednesday schedule that we have laid out. So, you know, typically it's really a logistics puzzle with just how many subs can we get, and then moving the teachers to the location for training. And, you know, without that, we think we can develop a flexible plan that won't be too overwhelming for our teachers and can be spread out across time and hit those targets. So we can incorporate that into the July meeting. My team's been working hard on that, and it's been so exciting to see all the ideas that the teachers are bringing forth. And also, as you mentioned, our classified staff, they've been asking, you know, make sure we're included in that training. We're your partners, and we know they are. So I'll bring that back.
That's terrific. I think that's a lot of the feedback we've been getting. And I understand you're essentially trying to design a whole new system within the 4 weeks or 6 weeks, for whatever time we have here. And a lot of details here. I think it's a lot in running a school district and all. And so appreciate the sort of the all the work that's being done in the time crunch. But I think that would be great. So I look forward to seeing that. Second question. So we had talked about, I think last time, around mechanisms to help us measure how well distance learning is working, right? And so I was just wondering if you could share some current thoughts on that. What are any sort of mechanism, triggers, measures? Just where are we in this process in building that feedback loop into the improvement process?
So far where we are with the teacher teams is talking about the assessments. So from the academic point of view, we know that student assessment part is critical. It's a much bigger question, so maybe we should add that to our July 30th question list too, Stacy. Since we talked about it a couple of meetings ago, but we haven't been able to revisit all those different avenues around frequency of feedback and those things that we put out there as draft ideas.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. All right, that's my cue, Lori. Thank you.
All right, we'll be back around in a minute. So let's see, where do I want to go? Since I think we had the health protocol slides up, which I forget, sorry, where we are in the deck with that. Let me see if I can find it again.
9 and 10.
9 and 10. I think I've, followed where things have gone since our last meeting, which is we really haven't gotten any further with the county around getting metrics set. I guess, am I understanding that right? The county is not planning on setting any sort of gating criterion or metrics for when it might be safe to move between phases that we can plan around?
No, they'll continue to give us the guidelines and allow the districts the flexibility of implementing them and guide us through them. But I don't believe they're going to set any hard metric that we all meet.
Okay, so I guess my feedback on that is, a friend joked to me today that, I shouldn't be so surprised with that because we're not a country that uses the metric system. And, I think that's spot on. Science is metrics and data, and the question of when it is safe really, to me, hinges on science and data and metrics. So I guess I would definitely say that I'm interested in continuing down the path if the county's not going to set it, and I know we don't know yet what Governor Newsom is going to do tomorrow. I know some news outlets are certainly speculating right now about what's about to happen tomorrow. But, whether or not he does or doesn't make a call, I think I'm not particularly hopeful that the state is going to give us metrics either, just sort of based on the fact that our county isn't interested in giving us metrics. So I understand what you're saying, Stacy, that I think they're trying to remain flexible where they can, but I guess I'd like to see us continue down the path for the 30th of setting our own metrics. And I think that would play into the dashboard that you guys are starting to work on, that first box that is the box of, is it safe, essentially. I think I'd like to see some pretty specific, if we can agree on some pretty specific data points that we are going to look for if the county is not going to look at it regionally and the state isn't going to look at it in the wider state region. And then, let's see, I guess I'll stay on health protocols for my second one here. On the second slide, I guess it's 10. There's a lot of hoops there that are sort of if-then scenarios, if you will, that we're going to need to follow. And some of it we know for sure we're going to have a role in. And I know we've already addressed that we're working hard to sort of define with all of our staff what that role would look like when it's time to go back for both our certificated and our non-certificated staff. But I think there are pieces of these hoops that are going to be our staff doing them, some of the tracking and monitoring, making sure we have the documented test results in hand before somebody comes back in, things like that. And so it would be good at some point if we could sort of see the definitions of who on the teams are responsible and what our ideas are for those pieces. And then also, I think it's important that we call out what pieces we're relying on the county for. Chief amongst them, the contact tracing that's referred to here, because I go back to my first question, which is if the county can't contact trace, it doesn't have the capacity to contact trace both what's going on in the community and what's going on with opening schools. That's a major concern for me. And also, if the county is not able to assure that free and reliable testing is happening, but just as importantly, that the test positivity rate and the test turnaround time metrics are safe for reopening, and particularly that test turnaround. I think, if it's taking 3 and 4 days to even get a test, and then it's taking another 2 to 4 days is what I've seen in the metrics on the county dashboard in the last few weeks to get your results from that test, that's 7 or 8 days before we know if somebody with symptoms is positive, and our ability to then notify the rest of our cohort or our staff or anybody else is in jeopardy. So, again, I guess just delineating what's our responsibility, what's the county's responsibility, and what we need from them in order to protect our people and our kids and our staff. So all of our people, including our kids and our staff. So I guess that's my 2. So.
And I think that will be easy for us to represent on our district dashboard, where we have the 3 different columns. So we'll be able to break down some of our protocols, what are those falling under as far as the county, which are going to be done by site. So that should be a little bit easier visually to see who's responsible for each as well as we progress.
Yeah, and just absolutely +1 to the visual dashboard. I really like where you guys are going with that idea. So thank you for that.
Lori, sorry, can I jump in real quick? I know I'm going out of order, but I had a quick follow-up question to your conversation with the conversation you're having with Stacy. So the dashboard with the red, yellow, green, and I feel like we've gotten so much information, I'm just trying to keep it all straight. The one where it was like the 200 checklist, and we had some that were red, some that were yellow, some that were green. Was that the CDC list or was that the county list? And which one are we using for this dashboard? Like which standard are we measuring against? Because I can't keep them straight anymore.
So we're actually using both. It's a combination of both because they've given us different guidelines as far as specificity. So we're combining both of them to really go through and make sure that we reach all of the elements. So the one reason on the dashboard we're going green to red is because we had a lot of areas of yellow, and the yellows are really ones that are in progress. And so we want to shift those to green as possible because again, we need to have things in green versus red. So our yellows are shifting to greens, and we'll continue to update that. So we are just going to represent in the green and the red versus having yellow in there.
Okay, so Sylvia, that you got what you needed from the follow-up there? Okay, so how are you guys feeling? Do you want to do another round of clarifying questions before we go to public comment? I've been told we have probably 50.
One question.
Yep.
One question each. No, I will wait for Phyllis if she has any.
Okay, so you want to do another round. Okay, so then Phyllis, let me check in with you.
I was saying that one question. Yeah.
I just want to +1 on Lori's comments about the testing, her concerns about the length of time. And I would add a concern to that, and that is about the reliability. What I'm hearing is the reliability of some of the testing is not so good. So I think we need to pay some attention to that as well. And that's all I have. So Satish, you're on.
Yeah, I have again like one question again. It's all coming back to the dashboard and process again because we started that. So the how frequently I know that it's a continuous everyday kind of thing. You'll be evaluating the staff, executive board, and everybody. But still, I want to see that how frequently you will be reviewing the status of each phase. Especially phase 1 to phase 2 is going to be very, very critical. I'm not really worried about phase 2 to phase 3 or 3 to 4 kind of thing. But 1 to 2 is going to be very, very critical. And we have to be really, having all kind of stringent, mechanism there that we are not slipping in, right? So to make sure that we have a clear guidance, clear, criteria, and how frequently we evaluate that.
So we actually are looking at it every day to see where we can make adjustments and what we're still working at. So we have delegated out to different departments that are doing some of the actual work on it, but we are looking at it every day to see when we can update. And our intent would be every board meeting, we're going to bring it back to you with whatever the status is so that you'll be able to monitor that. Kind of goes back to that 2-week time frame too, is if we need to give a 2-week notice before we shift anything, our board meetings space out about every 2 weeks so we could bring you an update. And if we're able to move everything into a green, then we know that we should be moving into the next phase within that next 2-week period. So we will update as frequently as possible.
Okay, thank you. Laurie, I'm done.
Okay, great. Sylvia.
Yeah, I wanted to hop off the protocols and jump back to the schooling part. So I had a question about IAs, and I know that part of the requirements are having a certificated staff with the students, and that IAs can't be with the students unless the certificated staff is there with them. I guess I'm just trying to understand, especially because we have certain populations, we have our special education students, and a lot of those classes, they have a lot more IAs, but how do we work that out with like small groups? Like how do we define alone with a student in like Zoom small groups, I guess? Is there something where an IA can be with students in a smaller group, or are we constrained by kind of the classroom rules that existed pre-COVID? Do you know what I mean?
I think we do, and that has been an area we've been working with, and we're actually working closely with our legal, because I think there was a definition prior to COVID and a definition as we're in distance learning that does allow us a little bit more flexibility. So we're fleshing that out to see how it can definitely work to the advantage of servicing students in some of those small groups. So we will have more of that information coming forward too, and we'll continue to work with the union as far as what some of those roles of the staff can be.
Okay, great. And then I guess the other question has to do with substitute teachers. I know a lot of, before, like Allison was saying with subs, a lot of times we're bringing them in so that the teachers can do PD, or they're doing assessments. And I guess with distance learning in place and with kind of new scheduling, is there a way that we can change the times for the teachers to be doing those assessments during non-teaching times so that the need for sub can be decreased? I guess I'm just trying to figure out, like, because having subs is always such a big thing in our district, or in a lot of districts, because of the sub shortage. And so what are we doing to mitigate the need for that kind of substitute coverage in terms of PD, in terms of teacher assessments, time for assessments, those kinds of things?
Yeah, so looking at subs and that whole concept of it, there is some flexibility with the distance learning. Again, we want the students to get their minutes in, but there is that flexibility, and that Wednesday does allow a little bit more additional flexibility that the teachers could do some of those assessments and work around their schedule. So we are still looking at that. The other area that we're looking at is actually taking subs and assigning a particular sub or 2 subs to a site so that they become part of that staff at that site. Then they're available for the principal on the site and the staff to use and to adjust as needed throughout the day to have coverage. But then they're aware of what the site is doing. They're involved in their PD. They really do become part of that staff member and can provide some of that consistency throughout. So we are working towards that line, and definitely we'll have more information hopefully by the next meeting as we flush out that plan a little bit more.
I think that's a great idea to incorporate them almost like they're on call at that site. I think that's really good.
Okay. All right. So Jerry.
All right, just one question.
Jerry, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I was supposed to make an announcement. So thank you to everybody for being so patient for public comment. We're just sweeping through the rounds of clarifying questions from the board before we get to public comment. So I know that there have been some questions about that I just wanted to address. Sorry for the interruption, Jerry. Please go ahead.
Oh, it's perfectly fine. I'm wondering about middle school electives. Are we going to offer the same breadth of course offerings, or are we looking at narrowing that for this distance learning period?
So yeah, I'll take this, and then Elsa, if you want to add anything, please do. As we're looking at that, we do realize that we will probably not be able to offer that breadth of electives that we have available at each middle school. We'll need to likely identify a few electives, and that would be what the students on that distance learning strand have to choose from. Again, it's a choice. We know that. We hope that there's enough availability that it interests students, or the other option is we may look at having some kind of a wheel so that each of the quarters or semesters, there's other opportunities for other electives. Some of that will depend on numbers. A lot of that will depend on numbers. Some will depend on the teachers that are doing the distance learning too, but I'm confident we'll have enough electives available to choose from that it will meet the needs of our distance learning students.
And do you have a timeline at this point when we'd be able to tell parents if the electives they had chosen, or the students really, the electives they had chosen are no longer available? Presumably we'd be able to tell them before the 13th, or how do you see that working?
Our intent wouldn't be to reduce any of the electives that are available at the middle school if they're staying in the 4th phase.
Okay.
The limit the electives would be those that are in that 100% distance learning, because we may only be able to allocate a couple teachers in particular areas to that strand. But otherwise, our is to continue with our electives on our 5 middle schools.
All right. Okay. Great. Thanks. That's it, Lori. Thank you.
Okay. So since Jerry was asking about the distance learning option, maybe I'll follow up with that. Do we have an idea of what that's going to look like as far as our principals? Because I know a lot of families have expressed to me that part of that concern about wanting their school, their teacher, their kids' friends to be with them. I've also, I think we know that a lot of our parents and our families really form bonds with their principals as well, and that they see them as being integral to their students' experience. So I'm wondering if we have a plan, or if we know yet, or if that can be part of the update on the 30th as to sort of what we're thinking around the admin piece of the distance learning strand.
We have a preliminary plan. We just actually shared it with earlier today, as we'll look at the numbers and where the staff are coming from and students are coming from. We will try to assign them to a particular site under that principal, so that they still have that kind of that support from the administrator, the oversight from the administrator, and a lot of that will depend on the size and the teachers. So it would make sense if you have 4 teachers from a particular site, that then they stay under that direction of that principal. They're familiar with that. That's kind of their home school. So that will be our first priority, is trying to align them with a particular site.
Thank you. All right, and then I assume if we flesh that out more, we'll continue to sort of talk through that.
Yes, hopefully as our numbers start coming in, we will certainly have a lot more information.
Okay, and then can we move to, oh gosh, I wrote my notes here. Slide 21, it's the one with the pie chart on it about sort of what we're learning from our survey so far. So I got a lot of feedback from people about where they were struggling with answering the questions, and I struggled too. And I think the hard piece is really, you know, the unknowns and wanting to answer with, you know, sort of fidelity, like to help give the district the information it needs, but also just really worried that if you know, about sort of the piece with the uncertainty around if I choose the 4 phases, like how, you know, what kind of assurances am I going to have that it's really going to be safe before I'm expected to move on if I choose that. And so I'm wondering, I know that going through all of the comments and sort of the information about what pieces of more information people need, and I know Leslie did a great job of summarizing some of those, but can you talk a little bit more about, do we have a sense of how many people in that 4-phase model are sort of on the fence or not? Because I heard a lot of that.
We would not know that by the survey data. What we know is there are a lot of questions, and, you know, those, you know, that need to be answered or parents are worried about in regards to if I choose the 4-phase, sort of the timeline as to when will we move from a phase 1 to a phase 2, et cetera. And what would be my options if I was not ready at the point the district was ready to move to another phase. So we've got to mull over that and make sure that we are as clear as possible when we are giving parents really that opportunity to choose, sort of like to do an alternative school.
Okay. So like from the comments that, I mean, I know it's 7,000, 8,000 surveys. I'm not expecting anyone who's read through all of those open text boxes, but it sounds like from the summary you gave up at the top that that was a common concern as to, I'm on the fence because I need to understand what's going to happen at the point at which we're moving, to Satish's point, between phase 1 and phase 2. Am I characterizing that correctly?
Yeah, I think that was a common concern. The questions about losing the spot the following the school year was a common concern. The safety protocols, I mean, those were all pretty common concerns across the board. We also have a forum where parents are asking questions, and after our town hall meeting, we probably had 100 questions, and a lot of them were about, you know, what are my options to move throughout phases, and what do I do if I'm not ready to make that step into the next phase and the district is moving in that direction, because we have everything in place and we know that we've done everything we can to ensure the health and safety protocols are put in place. So yes, it is, I guess it would be one of the 5 top concerns is what I would say. Okay.
All right. That helps me with what Stacy was asking at the top that we kind of move towards throughout the night. So now I can't remember. I guess that's 2. I asked 2. So do we want to go back around do people have more? I have a few more, but I can hold them too until after public comment if people are ready to go to public comment first.
I think we should hear from the public at this point. I think we've kept them waiting long enough.
Yeah, good. Okay. So the update, I think, was around 50. Do I still have that right, Leslie?
54 at this point.
54. All right. What do you think, guys?
2 minutes.
2? I hear a
like last time, I
Yep.
think went pretty okay. 2 minutes.
All right. I'm seeing 2 from Phyllis, heard 2 from Satish. Sylvia and Jerry, you okay with 2?
I'm good with 2.
You're good with 2. Okay, I'm seeing head nods. So we'll go ahead and allot 2 minutes per public comment. We're gonna run it the same way we've been running it, which is we'll call a group of names at a time to give you a heads up that your turn is coming up. If you could please help our staff by raising your hand, using the raise your hand feature. It helps staff identify where you are in the long list of participants and get you unmuted when it's your turn. So Leslie, can I have the first 3 or 4 names?
Absolutely. The first name is Rachel Desaulniers. Alex Sirota, Valerie Langley, Kiran Kocher-Lakota.
Okay, so Rachel Desaunier. Apologies if we're not getting the last name quite right.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Perfect. Hi, so I'm Rachel Desaunier. I'm a FARIA teacher. I want to thank the board and the cabinet for listening and making safe decisions for our district. I wanted to reiterate the importance of having CUSD do distance learning and give both teachers and children choice throughout the 4-phase model. Additionally, there was talk about what safe looks like at the last board meeting before returning to in-person learning. So I would like you to consider to look at my hometown state of Connecticut. Governor Lamont did not reopen businesses until 21 days of declining COVID cases. The CDC guideline is 14 days of declining COVID cases and hospitalizations. So 14 days of declining should be our minimum requirement for being safe before even considering in-person learning. And then I also want to bring up questions about hybrid models that need to be considered as you plan for this phase. First is, what if there's a teacher that isn't considered a high risk, but is ultimately scared to go back? Are there options for teachers, just like students, to have a choice? And also, who will take care of the cost of COVID testing and doctor and hospital visits for teachers and staff? If teachers need to quarantine, do they have to use their sick days? If a child gives COVID to the whole cohort? And what if the teachers are saving those days for retirement, maternity leave, or other emergencies? Also, how will hybrid work if there are more teachers than students wanting to participate in distance learning? Also, how would a teacher start the year with a class of 24 students, let's say online, to then be shifted a few months later with a whole new class of students from a collection of Cupertino schools? They'll need to form new relationships halfway through the year. What about the former students who lose their teacher? How do report cards work? And then lastly, wouldn't hybrid create burnout for teachers and go beyond their contracted workday? Each day a teacher would work in person 8 to 2:30 to half of the students on the roster. Then the teacher goes home and manages the online distance work that has been completed, working from 3 o'clock till late in the evening. In the afternoon sessions, they would probably include both asynchronous and synchronous teaching. Don't forget about correcting the online work, correcting the actual in-person work as well. It just seems it's a lot to manage for teachers 4 days in a week. So basically, just to sum it up, it's important to give choice to both teachers and students, but also there needs to be safe conditions before ever stepping foot on campus. There are tons of questions to address in the hybrid phase that needs to be worked out way before students and teachers are thrown into the mix. And again, I want to thank you for listening to my comment and for all you're doing for our district.
Thank you, Rachel. And next I have Alex Sirota.
If Alex could please raise your hand. Oh, otherwise I will read for Alex. I'm sorry, I didn't read the top comment. As a student entering 8th grade at Cupertino Middle School, I would like to share how I feel about starting school again in August. The country is opening up more businesses, but COVID-19 case rates are steadily climbing. As of this time, while I would very much like to return to pre-COVID school, I believe it is just not safe at this moment. On the COVID-19 prepared document from the County Department of Education, it says that schools are required to reduce disease transmission risk by maximizing the space between student desks. The key word there is maximizing the space. A 6-foot distance, which is required in all businesses, is not required in schools. It says to the distance teacher and staff desks at least 6 feet away from students to minimize adult to child disease transmission, but nothing about 6 feet between students. They care about adults much more than students. Students who are more likely to be asymptomatic than adults, this is not okay. Also, I need more information about what would be required to transition between the phases of opening, as well as exactly what precautions would be in place to keep students safe in order to choose whether I would prefer full distance learning or the hybrid model. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. And next up I have Valerie, and I apologize that I missed getting the last name down.
It's Valerie Langley.
Thank you.
Okay, so Valerie, we're going to promote you to a panelist because you have because we're having a Zoom issue. So let's try to promote you and see if you're able to speak. So I think we're going to come back to Valerie. We'll figure that one out.
Okay, so then I have Kieran Kolchakara. I'm sorry if I mispronounced.
Kocherla Kota.
Thank you.
Kieran, are you here? Try to unmute yourself.
Hello?
Okay.
Hi, Kieran, go ahead.
We've got Valerie.
Oh, okay.
All right, this is Valerie. I am a secretary at Stockmeyer Elementary School, and I also live in the CUSD community. Thank you to everyone for their continued efforts as we work to figure out all of the safest plans for students and employees to return to campuses. I would also like to +1 all of the concerns that the teachers spoke about at last week's meeting, as well as share my own concerns. Like most school employees, secretaries are planners. We are the front face as well as the backbone of our schools. We manage the front office, answer questions, order supplies, resolve attendance, build classes, try to work with Synergy, and deal with minor discipline issues. We listen to angry parents, sign for devices, sign for deliveries, distribute mail, walk campus visitors and vendors to their locations, and we welcome new students to campus as well as stay late with the students who aren't picked up. We clean and Band-Aid wounds, we take temperatures, immobilize fractures, console hysterically crying children, and hold hair out of the face of vomiting students. We are literally nursing relationships. I am required to start working in 2 weeks. That is 14 days from today. I'm a vital link to opening school. Secretaries have not been included in any planning to start the year, nor have we been asked what shifting to a hybrid schedule might look like for us, should that happen sometime during this school year. Our input is valuable to the continued operation of schools. We need to be represented in the planning process, not just given directives after decisions are made. Like everyone else, I have many questions about what distance learning and teaching may look like. Rather than express those questions now, I will submit my concerns in an email to the EC and the board. If we do shift to the hybrid model this year, I have many, many more questions, including what is the protocol for the care of the sick and injured students who may or may not be wearing masks. I am not a healthcare professional. I am an administrative secretary. Finally, I applaud the district's decision to start the year with distance learning and teaching. And while I understand that one of the challenges of this pandemic is that the target is always moving, I encourage the board to further the commitment to delay in-person on-site schooling until 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. And I'll just remind everybody what Valerie referenced in terms of reaching the board and EC. You can reach the board at board@cusdk8.org at any time. And then Kieran, and I'm not going to try the last name again. I'm so sorry.
So Kieran, if you could raise your hand again and unmute yourself.
What's that?
Hello, Kieran. Kieran, if you could try speaking. Kieran, I believe you're unmuted. If you could speak.
I am trying to talk.
There we go. We hear
There
you
we
now.
go. We can hear you. Thank you, Karen.
Oop, go ahead, please. Hmm.
I seem to be lost again.
There we
Am
go.
I back?
That came in. Yes.
Okay, thank you for the engagement of parents and opportunities to share our thoughts and suggestions in many fora. So appreciate that. What I want to ask is what has been thought of or planned for checks and measures to evaluate student progress? This is going to be tough across the board, but you know, equitability and equal reach for every child is critical. And so it is nice that a child may be forgiven for not attending or finishing assignments, etc. But at the same time, it would be better to think about ways of protocols for touching base with these kids and making sure that they are a part, they are continuing to learn. We will stay in the distance learning phase for a while. And so to me, it's very important that the same quality education that my child or any child in the district was getting while school was in session continues in this model. And I just want to see the plan in future meetings potentially for how
Cut out again. Kieran, I think we lost you at what was the plan?
Should we move on to the next speaker?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and move on. And Kieran, please, by all means, feel free to send in the rest of your comment. We will be sure to read it, board@cusdk8.org. Sorry for the technical difficulties. It's always hard to tell where in the whole internet cycle connectivity it is. And so Leslie, I think I need 4 new names, right?
You do. We have Stephen Fisher. We have Nisha, and I will read the comment for Nisha. We have Don Lucero, and we have Shahar Jamshi. So Stephen, if you'd raise your hand so that you can be unmuted.
Can you guys hear me now?
We can, Stephen, welcome.
There we go. Members of the board, as always, and I guess continuing my tradition now, thank you for being here and hearing not only the fantastic reports we're getting from our executive group, but also now I guess the 50+ people who want to talk with you as well. I do not envy you guys in the situation, and I do hope it doesn't go quite as late tonight. That said, I want to kind of follow up with Sylvia there. I have a couple just kind of follow-up things, wondering about special education in particular. I know that the state really hasn't released the clearest of guidelines regarding exactly what modified minutes means with that. However, we do have a lot of staff members who really exist and function based on that number of minutes. This includes both some members within CSCA like the CAP staff, as well as others like the speech therapist, occupational therapists, to an extent psychologists, and a couple other jobs. So kind of it'd be nice to see an update on exactly what that's going to look like as we kind of start to finalize the plan. The second thing is, eventually we are going to get to come back to work. It appears not to be in the near future, but hopefully it's not too far down the line. As we do that, I'd like to kind of get an update on exactly what kind of protection staff will be given. I work with students who, through no fault of their own, they kick, bite, and scream. And with that, will we be able to get face shields for those who spit, advanced arm guard or protection from ones who scratch, bite, and also for staff to protect the students, N95 mask for us. I think sometimes we kind of forget that staff aren't the only ones who are kind of at risk here sometimes when the staff members are talking, and it's thoroughly possible for us to be the vector for a poor student. I think it'd be very important to remember that if possible, a cloth mask is a solid point, but there are much more, I guess, effective methods out there that we should probably look into as we do get back into work as soon as we can. And with that, thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Stephen. Next, let's see, I have Nisha and Leslie, I believe you said you're reading this one for us?
That is correct. So this is from Nisha. How can we make sure that students are at all times doing what they are supposed to be doing once online? How will teachers be able to make sure that kids are not playing or looking at videos or playing games? As much as we would want to, it is not possible for one parent to keep constant vigil on the child. Right now, my kid is on a summer online class, and I have to constantly make sure she's paying attention and not getting distracted. I understand this would be the same for the regular school, but there are teachers that have visual sense of how students are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Nisha. And then I have Dawn Lucero.
Dawn, if you're able to speak, raise your hand and...
I raised my hand. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. I am a school secretary at Montclair Elementary. In my house, we quite often say, be proactive, not reactive. And I believe it's our nature as school secretaries to plan ahead, anticipate problems, solve them quickly, and to be as helpful as we can to our staff, students, and families. And I think that because we are 2 weeks away from going back to work, we're feeling a little panicked and anxious, not knowing anything about what our jobs will look like for the upcoming school year. The uncertainty is overwhelming. I'm grateful that I've been included in the school site discussions at Montclair regarding the upcoming school year, but to my knowledge, no school site secretaries have been included in the district level discussions. We are the face of the schools. We come into contact with upwards of 50 to 100 people a day between students, staff, and parents. Shouldn't we have a voice in regards to our office spaces, procedures, and the decision making? We know that your focus is on the student curriculum and teaching, whether it is full distance learning or a hybrid. We know that you need to figure out a myriad of things for the students, families, and teachers, and we get that. However, school site secretaries, again, go back to work in 2 weeks, and we don't know anything. We feel as though we've been overlooked. We have so many questions with no answers. I've emailed you all a list of my concerns, so I won't list them now, but want to stress that my biggest concern is that of the health office. We've all experienced bathroom accidents, vomit, blood, broken bones, head injuries, lice, seizures, food and/or bee allergies, the list goes on. What we haven't experienced is a health crisis, a pandemic. We are administrative secretaries, not nurses, and we shouldn't be expected to take care of sick students during a pandemic. It's not what we signed up for as school secretaries. It was mentioned last week that the nurses are working on protocols and procedures, and again, to my knowledge, school site secretaries have not been included in these discussions. Are the nurses making procedures that could greatly impact us and our health without including us in the discussions? Are our opinions and concerns not important? Are we just going to be told what to do and be expected to do it? This is very concerning to me. Moving forward, I hope we are included in discussions and can have open dialogue about the front offices and secretary duties as we navigate the 4-phase reopening scenarios. We ask that the executive cabinet and school board hear our concerns and help us to support our school communities in the safest way possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. And then I have, I'm going to apologize for the name ahead of time, Sahar Banmershi.
It is Shahar Jamshi.
Thank you.
That's okay.
Hi, Lori.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, I'm Shahar. I'm a parent to 3 kids at Eisenhower, starting 4th, 2nd, and kindergarten this fall. First, I'd like to thank you and the board and the district leadership for all the effort that you're making to get our kids the best education possible under these very difficult times. And I also like to thank the teachers, which I know are doing above and beyond, and recognize that they are genuinely concerned about their safety teaching in person during COVID-19. I want to start by bringing the board's attention to the recent report published by the National Academy of Science, which calls for prioritizing reopening schools in the fall, weighing the risk and benefit for both teachers and young children. Stating that distance learning poses a serious risk to children, especially the most vulnerable ones, and that young children may suffer long-term academic consequences by not having in-person learning. Personally, distance learning did not work well for any of my children. Our oldest son had an outbreak of OCD and would not engage with the teacher at all. Our middle son became oppositional to online learning, and our youngest daughter reverted to talking with her imaginary friends. All of them are doing much better in the last month since they started going to camp. My wife and I are terrified about the long-term consequences to their mental and developmental well-being if distance learning continues for months. We are lucky to be able to put our careers on hold to tend to our kids at this time. I'm shattered to think about families who do not have this luxury, where both parents have to work to provide for their children. Last week, we heard that many teachers feel unsafe to return to school this fall, raising many valid concerns. I felt though it would be hard to reach an agreement as to what conditions would allow safe transition between the phases. And I think we should have this discussion now to mitigate risks and concerns ahead of time. I'd urge you to consider starting a pilot program to test a hybrid model as soon as possible, as well as to review lessons learned from summer camp operators such as the YMCA, who have provided camps for hundreds of children this summer, adhering to strict social distancing protocols. Thank you again for listening to me. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit emotional.
Totally understandable, Shahar. Thank you for your comments. Leslie, can I get 4 more names?
Absolutely. The first one is Sri Sampath. Second one is Yaniv, Y-A-N-I-V, followed by Betsy Slattery, followed by Esther.
Okay, Sri Sampath.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. So thanks to the board for keeping us informed of all of the school reopening plans in a diligent manner. I think we learned quite a bit of information. My comments are as follows. In the last board meeting, quite a few teachers spoke up about the fact that it is unsafe to teach kids in the classroom for the hybrid model as it stands now. So I was curious, what is being done to alleviate their concerns? It's kind of important that teachers feel safe. So students feel safe and they're able to learn. Really do not want teachers to communicate their anxiety to the students and then go down that path, so to say. On the same lines, I'm also very concerned that when the school switches from phase 1 to phase 2 in the hybrid model, some teachers who are in the hybrid model may balk at returning to the classroom, maybe because their definition of safe may not match with the county's definition of safe. I'm kind of concerned that this will affect student learning. Not really sure how effective subs will be for the phase 2 part A portion of things. A suggestion, to the extent possible, at least for grade 8 and grade 5, grade 5 because they are moving to grade 6 and grade 8 because they're moving to high school. I do think assessments have to be administered for pre-unit and post-unit for all the subjects, and these assessments must be shared with both parents and students. I'm not referring to like the in-class tests or classwork or class projects or any of that, but an actual way of measuring and learning how much the kid is actually paying attention, absorbing the material, that kind of a thing. Additionally, it looks like, based on how things are going, it looks like even though the CUSD board has proposed this 4-phase model, it looks like we are in for the distance learning for the next 8 to 9 weeks, based on the information that I have. So my suggestion is that the schools/teachers focus on like making the distance learning program as robust as possible, as effective as possible, till it's absolutely safe to go back to school. There should be no question in anybody's mind that, oh, is this safe versus is that not safe, kind of a thing.
Thank you.
We can give all kids a consistent experience, and parents, kids, teachers don't need to spend time toggling between hybrid, distance learning, home study, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri. I think we're at 2 minutes. Thank you for your comments. And then I think we have Yaniv.
Yaniv, if you could raise your hand, otherwise I'll read the comment for you. I'll read. Consider bringing elementary school students in capsules, 12 kids each time, like a summer camp, each capsule for a half a day. You can sanitize the class after each session. Weather permitting, part of the time can also be spent outside. Thank you.
Thank you, Yaniv. And then I have Betsy Slattery.
Hi, thank you. I want to thank all of you for everything that you've done and are doing for our students. I'm sure it feels thankless at times, but please know that you are appreciated. On this week's survey, I selected the hybrid model for my child only because I did not want to commit long-term to the other two options. As I said on the survey, I need a lot more specific information before I can consider sending my child to campus. Parents, teachers, and staff must know the specific criteria CUSD is going to use to reopen campuses and move phase to phase. It is unfair to ask us to commit to a learning model without providing all the necessary information. I read the document put out by the Public Health Department on reopening schools. I have a lot of respect for Dr. Cody, but the document is not that helpful. Because it doesn't appear that the County Office of Education or the Public Health Department are going to come up with the requirements to reopen, CUSD needs to make the hard decisions and establish the rules for our district. Again, this must be done before we parents commit to anything. We also need to see the list of specific things that will be done to keep everyone safe on campuses when they do reopen. The county information is inconsistent. As an example, the county recommends maximizing distance, if possible, between students and classrooms for general learning without requiring a specific number of feet. However, they require 6 feet between students for electives. That doesn't make any sense. The county's if possibles and if feasibles are not helpful. We need to know specifics, and it appears that all of you will need to develop those. Thank you again for all that you're doing. I wish you were having another meeting next week so we could be updated. Sorry, I know you guys don't want to do that. I look forward to you releasing more information. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy. And then I have Esther next.
And I'm going to be reading Esther's comment. She's asked me to read it aloud.
Great, thanks.
Can you provide a clear definition of what safety and sanitation looks like when and if schools return to a hybrid or in-person model? Will there be more stringent requirements for hybrid in-person than those introduced by health officials? The Santa Clara County Health Department doesn't require that students wear masks in classrooms, and the classroom is to be sanitized once a day. The AAP recommends 6 feet to 3 feet distancing and class size limits when feasible. My child's doctor mentioned that the symptoms of COVID often manifest themselves in the common cold in school-age children. Also, our pediatrician recommended that if my child shows any symptoms, scratchy throat, cough, etc., this school year to assume my child has COVID and to automatically self-quarantine for 14 days so as to not possibly spread to others. 1, to protect the safety of teachers, students, can you require parents to sign an agreement to not send students to school when sick? Your reopening statement requires that families test immediately if they show COVID symptoms. Can the district ask the parent to first agree to keep their child home if they show cold symptoms, given transmission of COVID has at times had deadly consequences? Parents should not send their kids to school while waiting for COVID results. And number 2, while concrete detailed safety and sanitation protocols beyond areas will be cleaned thoroughly, can parents expect for their child's classroom to be cleaned? We would appreciate if these protocols are made transparent. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. And can I get the next 4 names, please?
Yes, you may. Sharon Fong, Christine Leung, Vaishnavi Ramesh, and Amanda Riley.
Okay, Sharon Fong, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
You can, Sharon, welcome.
Thank you. Board members and executive cabinet members, my name is Sharon. I am one of the secretaries at Lincoln. Thank you so very much to everybody who has done such an amazing job so far in detailing the best ways to begin the school year with the 4 phases. But our job is not done until all staff knows what the expectations are for each and every one of us. The office is the front line. The secretaries are the backbone of the school, but yet we have not had any discussions about us on how to ensure safety and how we can provide solutions to our concerns. Remember, we deal with the public. We are not in a cohort. If there has been some discussions about it, that's great, but why not share it? Right now, we, the secretary, are feeling that we are not important and that our safety does not matter. Will we be provided with masks, face shields, gloves, protective clothing? Will there be plexiglass at the front counters in the office? Will we be allowed to use Clorox wipes? The video does not show anything about how to use the wipes safely. It focuses on chemicals to kill animals, roaches, and bugs. Will swinging doors be installed to separate the front lobby area to the office staff area? Will HEPA air filters be used for our HVAC and air purifying systems? Will it be replaced regularly, and what is that time frame? Will there be required temperature scans for any individuals entering the office? Will there be required temperature scan for all students before going to school? The reality is, parents will continue to send their kids to school sick. What are the ramifications to these parents? This should be treated as a personal assault to each of us for parents to send kids sick. Will there be a consistent procedure and process in place across the school so that there is no confusions for parents and staff? These are just a few questions that need to be answered before we can safely return to school. We need to have a dialogue. It should have been happening from the get-go. We should not be asking these questions 2 weeks from us returning to our school sites. Let us be part of the solution. We are all in this together. All students should be required to wear masks at all times. Otherwise, not requiring them is just plain irresponsible. We know students can't keep their masks on all day, but they can for a period of time. A solution. All right, thank you. And you guys have the rest of my comments in your emails. Thank you.
We appreciate that. Thank you so much. Christine Leung, I have you up next.
Unmute. Hi, everybody.
Good evening.
So I did partake in the survey, and I wanted to reiterate a few points. I have 2 kids entering 3rd and 4th grade, and I wanted to speak for my family. We support the phased approach, and that was indicated in the survey. However, it's very important to emphasize that the support is under the assumption that it is safe to return to school and that school protocols are in place that's beyond reproach. I know there's been a lot of comments about face masks, and I think it's important to have face masks required for students as well. Next is I strongly urge the district to try their best to allow for distance learning opt-in for 100% distance learners at each home school. I'm having trouble understanding why it would be funneled at the district level. It just seems the best way forward, given how fluid the situation is, would be to manage everything within a home school, especially if at some point, miraculously, next calendar year, it becomes safe for everybody to return. It would be least disruptive. Lastly, in terms of students' mental health and the concern around distance learners and social isolation, it just seems like it would be even more isolating for those that opt for 100% distance learning to be separated from the classmates and teachers that they know in their home school. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Next, I have Vaishnavi Ramesh.
Vaishnavi?
Hi, this is Vaishnavi. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, my name is Vaishnavi. I have a daughter entering kindergarten in McAuliffe. First of all, I wanted to say thank you to the board, the teachers, the staff for all your work. I understand that this is a really trying time, and I just want to appreciate everything that you're doing for our children. So I understand from today's presentation that there will be a district dashboard presenting the criteria for moving between phases, and that status will be visible to us. And I also understand that we need to make a decision soon regarding our learning option between distance learning for the whole year versus the 4-phase model. So I wanted to know if we would have access to these criteria or metrics prior to making our decision. I just wanted to emphasize that it's important that we make a really educated choice in regards to our choice for the learning option. My daughter has been accepted into an alternative school, and I really want to put in a lot of thought before I choose a distance learning model, which will potentially pull her out of McAuliffe. So yeah, I just wanted to stress on the importance of knowing these metrics as soon as possible and before we receive the survey to make the choice for distance learning. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vaishnavi. Next, I have Amanda Riley.
Yes, and I will read Amanda's for her.
Okay, thank you.
Santa Clara Unified School District's opening plan says that students will be allowed to switch between the distance learning and hybrid models at the semester or trimester breaks. What are the timeframes for CUSD for parents to make that change? The best time for the district to offer the chance to switch would be at the time the district decides to move from phase 1 to phase 2. How does the district define safe to move from phase 1 to 2 in terms of the number of new cases per day in our county? What is the number of new cases per day over what period of time for the district to decide to move to phase 2? Will students who choose full distance learning option get to be in online classes with classmates who are in the distance learning in the staged plan? Or will they essentially be changing schools and only having interaction with other students who choose full distance learning, including from other schools? My sons, who will be in 6th and 8th grade, have been with their classmates since kindergarten, and there is a value in being in classes with friends and students they know, even if it's online. Would it be possible to allow children who aren't ready to return to on-site classes in phase 2 to simply continue online with their same class so they can remain with their classmates that they have been with since kindergarten? Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. And can I get 4 more names, please?
You may. Anut Schreiber, Mari Vargas, Yu Ying, Robin Gold.
Okay, Annette Schreiber.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, Annette. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
So first of all, I want to thank everybody. I know it's a very challenging time for various reasons. It's a situation that none of us have experienced in our lifetime, and I acknowledge this fact. My comment will be brief. As you can hear from the background, my boys, I'm a Stockholmeyer mom, my boys are still awake and are ready to go to bed. My boys are gonna go to TK next year and 4th grade. And I would like to hear from you, if you could please share clear definitions for what will make it safe to move from phase to phase. And in addition, what would be the timeline to transition between those phases? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Annette. Okay, next I have Mari Vargas.
Mari, are you here if you'd raise your hand? Mari, you should be able to speak now. Hello, Mari. You should be able to speak.
Leslie, can you hear me?
We can now.
Oh, wonderful. Sorry, there was a little delay there with the unmuting. Thank you so much for taking my comment this evening. And I once again want to thank all of you for your continued support with the communication with all of us in the community. I also greatly appreciate your continued focus on the health and wellness of the community and all the stakeholders. I'd also like to just mention that I completely agree with opening the school year remotely under the current situation that is happening with COVID in our state. It's very concerning. So off I go on my comments here. I have a rising 8th grader at Cupertino Middle School, and I'm highly concerned about him receiving a robust education this academic school year. and his preparedness to enter high school is absolutely paramount. Based on the proposed remote daily class schedule, students are only engaged in active, synchronous, asynchronous instruction 3 periods or classes a day, only 4 days a week. Based strictly on this plan, we're not meeting a typical daily schedule, so it's not clear how my son will be receiving the same level of instruction. Please consider a full day of classes 4 days a week and touch points to ensure that our kids are learning, growing, and achieving or exceeding our academic and SEL goals. More detail is needed in order for families to decide what educational option they will choose for their child this year. When we do see additional detail, please provide detailed daily, weekly schedules. If our middle schoolers will be able to attend electives, for instance, band, which is very important in my house, if a family chooses the remote option. Will our middle schoolers also have subject-specific teachers under the remote option plan? As was stated tonight, I just wanted to say thank you for allowing the ability to shift within the alternate program choices at the semester point for our middle school children. And then one last quick comment. Once we get to phase 2 and 3, please consider starting students at the middle school campuses for only the most critical in-person classes like science labs. And once our health situation is further under control, please strongly consider having students in 2 cohorts that attend classes in person for an entire week and then spend the following week remote, dialing into in-person class periods. This would hopefully catch.
I think we're at the 2 minutes. Thank you.
Darn. Okay, +1 to Betsy's comments. Thank you.
Right. Send them to us if you'd like to. Okay.
Will do.
Okay. Yu Ying, I have next.
Yu Ying. You should be able to speak at this point, Yu Ying.
I heard you briefly there.
Yu Ying, if you try again.
Can you hear me?
We can. It's quiet, so as loud as you can.
Okay, I'm shouting. Is that okay?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Great. First, I thank you all to balance so many requirements from state, from parents, and from staff, safety, and to come up with this plan. As we can see, there are so many uncertainties, and we have so limited resources. So I would recommend the school board focusing on improving our distance learning for this semester till the end of 2020, and then we will know what to move on for the next step. And I have a middle schooler in rising 7th grade. They are eager to learn. And current plan for 4 days a week and 3 periods per day seems too less for them to absorb the necessary knowledge they are eager for. And I have a specific question. Since state asked for a minimum 240 minutes per day for learning time, and that doesn't count the PE time. So for this 3 period time, does it count PE? It's not clear in the slide, in the presentation. The next request I have is we need an evaluation system for this distance learning. It's not only to evaluate students by having regular quizzes or tests, it's also evaluation for the teachers to see whether they are making the correct progress to cover the whole year's curriculum. And the next one is request is to urge to resume or create some new virtual clubs and social activities at schools. Those are needed by the middle schoolers. They miss their friends, and limited live sessions or work club is not enough. I think that's all I need to present in this comment. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Yu. Next, I have Robin Gold, please.
Robin, if you'd raise your hand, otherwise I'll read for you. I hope that in assigning distance learning classes and teachers, consideration will be given to keeping students and teachers grouped with the normal school as much as possible, If it is possible to create a complete class from one school, then the class should have a teacher from that school. If more students are needed to make up a class, then consider grouping 2 schools. I and other parents have heard from and are worried that the system described in assigning students from all over the district will be chaotic and complicated and complicate the creation of building community and connection during remote learning. Thank you for taking all of our concerns and comments into consideration. I appreciate your thoughtfulness. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. And Leslie, if I could please get some more names.
Yes, we have Karan back. I actually have the written comment to make on behalf of Karan, followed by Semele Heller, followed by Naomi Shepard, followed by Joyce Wu.
Okay, so you want to go ahead and start with the rest of Kieran's question comment for us?
Yes. It says, thank you for the opportunity to make a public comment today. However, due to microphone issues, I cannot actually be heard throughout. So here is what I was hoping to say. Thank you to the board for the constant engagement of parents and opportunities to share our thoughts and suggestions. I am glad to hear the details of the plan for distance learning, and it is all still sinking in. I had meant to request the board and the educators to pay great attention to the checks and measures to evaluate student progress throughout the year. Equitability is very critical since this is new for everyone, and it's easy to lose sight of who or not is keeping up. Forgiving a child for not attending or finishing assignments and being lenient is great and very understanding. However, to identify why that is and how to help kids get back on track will be even better. Some kind of touching base protocol. We should all face it. If the caseload continues, we will not be moving out of the purely distance learning plan soon. In the meantime, the kids need to be getting the same quality education, and since the teacher is not right there with them, how will the child's progress or lack thereof be assessed? Kids may have attention issues, especially with distance learning. I have the luxury of time and an educational background to handle my only son's progress, but I'm talking about those children whose parents cannot be home with them because their jobs are essential services or because they have to work to make ends meet. Those parents don't have the time to even represent themselves at the board meeting properly. So how is the each child, whole child, every child's progress going to be addressed in this new era we are entering to make sure no child, no matter whose child it is being left behind or feeling lost in the new system? Another point, if I may, there were some good examples of distance learning in the last few months, so please consider discussing the success models so all schools and teachers can adapt the success stories. Best, Kieran.
Thank you. Then I have Semele Heller.
Hey, everybody. Thank you so much to the board and to our executive cabinet for your leadership in these trying times. I want to offer a huge +1 to the other comments that we parents need to know the district's specific criteria for moving from phase to phase. And we need to know these criteria before you ask us to commit to choosing an instructional model for our kids. Don't disrespect us by telling us they'll return when it's safe. Give us the details. You told us that 75% of respondents said that they would likely choose the 4-phase option. I want you to realize that for me, and probably for many others, it wasn't so much my likely choice as it is an aspiration. I hope my son can participate in the 4-phase option, but you haven't given me the information I need yet to make that informed choice. My second point is one that Stacy alluded to briefly. Since we already know we're starting the school year in distance learning, I would like to request that you strongly consider committing to it upfront for a significant chunk of time. And let us know that before the school year starts. Let our kids and our teachers start the school year knowing that they're going to be in a stable distance learning situation for, whatever it is, 8 weeks, 12 weeks until Thanksgiving. Give them something that they can count on because everything is shifting all the time for them. Stacy asked what we need to know before July 30th. I know she was really directing that to the board, not so much to us, but here's what I want to know before July 30th. What are the detailed criteria before switching phases? What date are you going to ask me as a parent to commit to a learning model for my kid? And I want that date to be after you tell me what the criteria are. and tell me the minimum time that my kid is going to stay in distance learning to start out with, so he knows something that he can count on. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you, Simile. Next, I have Naomi Shepherd.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, Naomi. Please go ahead.
Oh, hi. Hi, CUSD board members. I'm a substitute teacher in the district and would like to know what safety precautions CUSD schools and the district will be taking to protect staff, like substitute teachers, who travel to multiple schools on a daily and weekly basis. I am concerned that substitute teachers and other staff who travel between schools will not be provided with adequate protection measures upon school reopenings. Will we be provided PPE and training to protect students, other staff members, and ourselves prior to school reopenings? Will teacher areas be sanitized before substitute teachers start their day in a classroom and have to touch materials that other teachers who are now absent have prepared? Sorry, I'm a little nervous, but yeah, I do support starting distance learning to begin with, for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Naomi. And then I think Joyce, is that right, Leslie? I missed the last name, I'm sorry.
That is correct. Joyce Wu.
Thank you.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you, Joyce.
Okay, so my son will be a fifth grader in August. We love my son's teachers and classmates at his home school very much, and we would love to opt for the 4-phase model, but we still want to feel safe and be safe. And given that the virus number in the US are worse today than they were when school closed back in spring, I wanted to ask if the school district could spend at least the first 2 trimesters in phase 1 distance learning, maybe till February of 2021. That will give us more time to learn about this virus and to observe what happens with school reopenings in other places, and also give the country more time to come up with the vaccine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joyce. And then Leslie, I need 4 more names.
Wei Dang, Anat Lichten, Yi Ding, followed by Laura Austin.
Okay, Wei Ding.
Wei, if you'd raise your hand.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, members of the board. Thank you for the time to comment this evening. I'm a parent in the district. I would like to take this opportunity to urge the board to reconsider its plan to start the year without any form of in-person instruction, really due to the disproportionate impact on families such as mine. To provide some context, I am a widowed single father to 2 young children, one of whom has a disability. 2.5 years ago, my wife passed away the day my younger child was born. And rebuilding our family life since then has required establishing a lot of new sources of daily support, of which in-person schooling is critical. And the pandemic has prompted a new personal crisis for me and my family, as those sources of support have been removed. I have managed through the last 4 months as a sole provider, juggling a demanding job and taking care of my children at home. It has been a personal struggle, mentally, physically, and emotionally, and that cannot be sustained indefinitely. Now, while my specific circumstances may be unusual, I know there are other families who lack the flexibility or means to educate their children at home. And for us, in-person instruction is effectively essential. That's why I believe that the guidelines issued by the county and state and American Academy of Pediatrics emphasize the importance of returning students to campuses to the greatest extent possible, and why other neighboring districts have chosen approaches that allow for schools to reopen with some amount of in-person instruction. I believe the district can best serve the needs of various stakeholders and a diverse family population by offering more choices. For example, I applaud the board's plan to offer parents the ability to opt into distance learning for a full year. This serves parents who have the means to keep and instruct their children at home, but for parents such as myself, it feels as if there is no choice, given that the board's current plan is to reopen schools in full distance learning mode without definitive clarity on when any in-person instruction can resume, hybrid or otherwise. The district and board owe it to families who are most in need of their children returning to classes in person to better understand how detrimental it will be to continue operating in distance learning mode only. And I would respectfully ask that a plan be formulated to accelerate the resumption of on-campus in-person education for those families. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Wei. And then I have Anat Lichton.
Anat, if you'd raise your hand.
I raised my hand. Can you hear me?
We
can, Anat. Please go ahead.
Okay. I submitted 2 forms, so I'll start with the first one. As a parent listening into the discussion, I noticed that a significant emphasis is given to explain why instructional minutes include, in addition to actual live teaching, independent student work. It is being repeatedly explained that that is what pre-COVID school experience is like. I would like to know what percentage of the minutes will be live FaceTime with teachers, as opposed to independent work that students will do on their own. Respectfully, I disagree that this is the best that you can offer our young children under the current conditions. If we must take away in-person schooling, why not allow the students to work independently while having the teacher there live, available to check in, intervene, and answer questions in real time, just like in the classroom. Without the teacher's live presence, independent student work is no different than increased homework load. You all agree that in-person schooling is best. Why not at least provide the next best thing, equal time of remote FaceTime with teachers and peers? Independent student work has proven totally ineffective in our family. Please address this concern. Do I have time for my second question?
You have 39 seconds.
Okay, that's.
Keep going.
Hopefully a shorter one, but sorry, I lost the page, I think. Okay, my question is, what is being done to address the devastating social emotional effect of prolonged lack of in-person interaction between young students and their teachers and peers? Given that the risk that young children pose to adults and other children is minimal, and given we can trust adult staff to practice good hygiene and face covering, what planning has been done to enable in-person, even partial teaching? Has utilization of outdoor space has been considered? Thank you.
Thank you, Anat. Okay, next I have Yi Ding.
Hi, board. So my comment.
We had you and we lost you, Yi.
Okay, I unmuted and unmuted. Okay, so there seems to be a lot of focus on the minimum level. Well, I mean, as Allison said, not exactly the minimum, 10 to 15 minutes more than the minimum level of instruction necessary to satisfy the state requirements. Instead, I would encourage the school district to focus more on ensuring students actually are able to achieve adequate academic progress, regardless of which phase we're in. I would like to thank Allison and the team for creating a more robust distance learning plan than what we had in the spring. In my opinion, like Anat said, a plan that would actually provide adequate academic progress would require more face-to-face time with the teacher. I would like you to refer to the West Contra Costa model of having at least 3 hours a day of synchronous instruction. Otherwise, what I think we're doing is essentially replacing teacher-supervised instruction with more homework time. And as you know, excessive homework time is a poor replacement for teacher-led instruction, and in fact may be harmful. Also, due to the inevitable educational disparities, even from a good distance learning program, I think it's important that we work on putting the safety measures for us to go into hybrid and in-person learning as soon as possible. In addition, I would like the district to spend a little bit more time addressing the needs of students in special education and those students whose parents are essential workers, so that the students who are at the highest risk of not achieving their academic goals are not totally left behind. Perhaps those groups can be allowed to go back to school a bit earlier than their peers, if their parents agree, to prevent the worst possible educational outcomes from coming to fruition. Thank you very much. I know this is a lot more work than maybe you signed up for, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Yi. Next, I have Laura Austin.
Yes, and she's asked for me to read her comment for her.
Great.
I would like to thank the school board and the executive board for all the work and dedication in making the best choices for reopening our schools this fall. We appreciate the survey that was sent out to give us parents some input and guidance into what we would like to see for our 3 children for the upcoming school year. One area that we would really like to see more information about is exactly what the requirements will be in order to move from phase 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4. Will it be a flattening of the number of cases over a 2-week period, or will it be a reduction in cases? Would there be a case where we move from phase to phase by school, or is it only if the entire district is ready to move to the next phase? Additionally, is there a place where the dashboard that was mentioned is available now on the website, or if not, could it be placed there? Thank you for all the work. Thank you for all of your work.
Okay, thank you, Laura. Sorry, I'm just writing down the end of my note there. Can I get 4 more names?
You may. William is the first name. Alan Peled is the second name. Rachel Quiche is the third. And Roni is the fourth.
Okay, William.
Yes, hi, this is William.
Hi, welcome.
Hi. Thank you to the school board for asking the tough question earlier and to make sure that we have a robust next new school year. And then I think I like the 4-phase model with distant learning as the initial phase, given I think there's a lot of concern from all stakeholders. I think it gives everybody a bit more time to prepare for the live classroom. And I also want to +1 on Vedan's suggestions that special students and family with special needs, like the Wei family that we heard earlier, should have priority in having their kids to have live classroom earlier. And another final comment is that, I understand that there's daily instructional minutes of 240 minutes. But and that may be similar to prior, similar to pre-COVID. But the thing that's happening right now is students are at home, and then parents are supervising their kids while still working. And then I think the live teaching and in-person teaching is probably maybe like 60 minutes daily, and I think that's just too few. And when the kids are not in live classrooms, they are still using a lot of screen times looking at other things. So I think there should be just more time spending on live teaching for distant learning. And then that's my comments. So thank you.
Thank you, William. And then I have Alan Peled.
Alan, if you'd raise your hand.
Unmute. Hello, can you hear me?
We can, Alan. Thank you. Welcome.
Welcome, thank you. So I'm a parent to 3 kids, elementary, middle school, and high school, actually. I've been in the district for the past 8 years, and I can actually share my disappointment with what's going on. Distant learning does not work, period. None of my kids, although some of the teachers really show enthusiasm, didn't really was able to actually learn. None of them actually spent more than an hour or maybe an hour or 2 doing classwork or anything like that. I don't think that there was any progress whatsoever. But even that is not the point. It looks like as if the district itself is disconnected from what the county is stating and whatever medical researchers and scientists are providing. It's quite clear that there is a distinction between young ages, like let's say until the age of 10 and 12, and older, and younger do not really impact or infect other adults. Even in recent studies in the US, in Britain or Italy, that was the case. More than that, I heard various teachers, secretaries, and other faculty members talking about how they are afraid. Well, surprise, my wife is a teacher at a private school in Palo Alto, and she's gonna start in-person teaching in the next month. Of course, it's gonna be for younger kids until the 3rd grade, but I'm wondering if a private school can do that, why can't this district be able to provide something similar, even in a hybrid mode? So far, I was looking at the slideshow. I was listening to you guys for like 2.5 hours. I did not hear anything about it. I can't understand really why kids cannot return for, let's say, a day or two at least per week, even now. I don't understand who is setting the pace, because it's clearly that the district does not really follow Dr. Cody's recommendation. The mail about distant learning was sent way before Governor Newsom issued the indoor activities closure. So who is setting the pace? Who is providing the criteria? How the school actually is gonna happen? Nothing is known. Everything is vague. Nothing is really understandable. And we are right now in mid-July, which is about a month and a half since actually the district went through the summer vacation. So
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Alon. And next I have Rachel Quiche.
Hello, Rachel.
Yes.
Welcome. Please go ahead.
Again, thanks to the board for going above and beyond in this most difficult time. I do want to +1 all the comments that have said that we can't make an informed decision without the parameters defining how the decision is going to be made to switch between the red, yellow, green on the hybrid model. If you can't define it, how can we make decisions based on it? Right now, there's too many unknowns to ask parents to make this decision. CDC and school leaders don't have science-based data to work from. What we do know right now is that 31% of children in Florida tested positive for COVID as of yesterday because they didn't take it seriously enough. I understand that we're not Florida. However, you don't have to have symptoms to have this disease. All the symptom checking that is on your slide, just take that and throw it away because you're spreading it for 2 weeks before you have it. Children can spread it to adults and vice versa. So the long-term health risks are completely unknown. Asymptomatic spread means you're spreading it and you're sick for weeks before you know that you have it. So there's not enough tests available, and negative test results mean nothing because the tests give inaccurate results. So with all of these issues, and only 4 weeks till school starts, 2 before the teachers and staff have to return, we've made the choice, right, we're gonna go distance right now. But clearly this model's not fleshed out, it's not thought through, we don't even have the criteria. So maybe rather than focusing on all these what ifs, the responsible choice would be maybe say, through the end of the year, we're absolutely going all distance until we have a fully thought out, finally, all the criteria developed, everyone agrees on what safe is. Stop trying to rush through something that you can't develop in 4 weeks because we don't have the data. We don't even have contact tracers in Santa Clara County. I think they had, what, 50 of the 700 they wanted. So we don't have the tools, we don't have the data. There's no way that you can make the decisions you need to make to keep kids safe. So I urge you to make the responsible decision, focus on how to do distance learning right, so that you can address some of the concerns that we had when you threw it together, which was amazing, what was done in a week and a half to try to make ends meet the end of last year. Distance learning can be done right, and focus on that rather than all this, you know, and then take your time and put the hybrid model together correctly, because the next 6 months, maybe we'll be able to have the information to do that right. You certainly won't be able to do it in the next 4 weeks. So we should stop trying to do the impossible and focus on doing what you should do right, which is distance learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. And then I think we have either Ronnie or Roni. Excuse me if I don't have the name correct.
If you'd raise your hand, or I'll read for you. I will read. What type of support do you plan to offer students who have ADHD? We did notice a regression in our students' achievement due to the remote learning, and it's hard for an ADHD student to study in class. Moreover, when it's home environment where both parents are working. There are some great techniques to implement the same techniques that are currently being implemented during summer camp. Outdoor studies, masks, head covering, masks, and more. It's really concerning for us to learn that our student will start the year remotely. If there are solutions for summer camps, I'm sure we can use the same techniques for school year. 15 minutes of Zoom is not good support for ADHD students. Thank you.
Thank you. And then can I get our 4 next names, please?
Yes, Suzanne Marta Torbenson, Shilpa, David Altmar, and Ravit Zingerman. So if you would please raise your hand. Suzanne, if you're here, if you'd raise your hand. I'll read for you. In the hybrid model, will there be additional asynchronous school assignments and lessons in the afternoons of in-person school days, or is the day essentially over at lunchtime? Separately, on the distance learning model, are the students still grouped into classes? Could those classes be based at the home school? Thank you.
Thank you. And then next we have Shilpa.
Shilpa, if you'd raise your hand, please. I will read for Shilpa. Teachers must give live instruction for each entire period, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Give a lecture and call on students so they remain engaged. Teachers must give homework at each lecture and must grade each homework. Teachers need to teach actively. Students need to be actively engaged by teachers several hours a day. Thank you.
Thank you, Shilpa. And then we have David Altman.
Yeah, David Altmar, if you'd raise your hand, please.
Altmar.
There's no hand raised. I will read for David.
Okay.
How close is the school district to meeting the requirements for phase 2 reopening? Which specific requirements are currently met, which are not? What is the schedule for meeting the requirements? Can you please add more details to the dashboard, breaking down the details and having a schedule assigned to each item?
Okay, thank you, David. Ravit Zimmerman.
Ravit Zingerman, if you'd raise your hand. No hand raised. I will read.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank the board for taking into account all aspects that affect our kids' education needs during these challenging times. I have 3 young children in elementary school. During distance learning in the spring, they had a very difficult time working with asynchronous learning, getting guidance from their teachers if they did not fully understand the task or how to complete it. In practice, all communication was done through us, the parents, and this made learning very difficult. How do you plan for children in lower grades to do independently, get guidance and feedback on assignments during asynchronous learning time? Do you plan to set a daily minimum requirement for the time spent on synchronous learning? Do you plan to set a minimum requirement for time spent one-on-one with the teacher? Thank you.
Thank you, Ravit. All right, and before I take the next 4, I just want to check in with the board. I know we've been going for 3 solid hours. Does anybody need to pause here, or do you want to keep going on our public comment till we get through that?
How many more do we have, Lori?
I'm at 36 on my count, and I think we have something like 55-ish now. So we probably have another 10.
We have about 60 total, so we're about halfway through.
Yeah, we can take a small break, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and pause for a few minutes. I have 9:04, so let's say 9:08 to come back, and we'll call the next 4. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Marie.
We had Satish, and then we lost him again. All right, in the interest of being fair to the audience, I'm going to go ahead and restart us on public comment. Let's see here. So I need 4 more names.
Okay, Avani Gupta, followed by Divya Subramanian, followed by Steve Greenfield, followed by Ping Gao.
Okay, so Ivani Gupta, I'm really sorry if I got the name incorrect.
Ivani, if you'd raise your hand or I'll read the comment for you. I will read. Since all students will be starting with distance learning, will they be starting with their homeschool teacher or with an assigned teacher from the district? If they do start with their homeschool teacher, but as a family we choose to continue distance learning for the year, will the child have to transition again? Could you please talk through how that transition would work for all students? Thank you.
All right, great, thank you. And then I have Divya Subramanian.
Divya, if you'd raised your hand, otherwise I'll read for you. I'll read. In the meeting today, it was shared that cohorts of students will be asked to come to school during phase 2 and phase 3. How are the students selected, or would it be all students coming during different times in order to maintain social distancing? Thank you.
Thank you, Divya. And then I have Stephen Greenfield.
Steve, you should be ready to speak.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
And thank you for joining us.
All right. My name is Steve Greenfield. I am a teacher at Dilworth Elementary teaching 5th grade and their CEA representative. I wanted to thank the board and the EC for listening to me yet again. I have some questions on the first few slides specifically. The first one is the slide for 2020-2021 grading. For all your teachers, you're going to require a lot of additional hours beyond our duty day, lesson plans, building new videos, etc. This is going to require a lot more discussion with our union and our principals' expectations. The second one is the hybrid models of the hybrid 1 and 2 is 2 times per week, half a day, and then a full day. Then moving to full days, 5 days, and that's a huge jump from 2 to 5 days. There is also an ambiguous transition between phase 1 and phase 2 of the hybrid. Can we have this better defined to help with teacher anxiety? Our subpool is predominantly retired teachers, one of the at-risk groups. What are the protocols that will be put in place when one of them becomes a positive test result? Plus one to Ms. Leong's comment on the rigidity of the minutes per day. Thank you very much for pointing that out. This is going to be a difficult point of issue because there are going to be days that are successfully met and then days that are not. It sounds like it's going to be a very fluid goal as long as we're doing the 250 overall. How is that going to be tracked? How are devices going to be distributed to students? Will there be a tech support provided? Previously, this often fell onto the teachers with having to handle tech support all day long. If a school needs to be shut down, what is the district's basing shutting the school down? Is it based on the number of cases or a percentage? In the hybrid phases, teachers with children in CUSD or outside our district are expected to handle their situations with childcare with minimal or no support. Please work with the union to help your dedicated teachers, aides, and other employees with this dire need. Again, thank you for your time tonight and the energies you're putting towards this very difficult time in our district.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, and moving us on, Ping Gao.
Ping, if you'd raise your hand. Ping Gao, if you'd raise your hand, please. Hello? I will read Ping's comment, and I'm sorry if you're there and we can't get to you. I recently took the survey about distance learning. Thank you very much for providing the survey and giving parents opportunities to share their thoughts. Between the hybrid mode and distance learning mode, my thought is the school district should focus more on distance learning and improve the distance learning experience for the students. For the hybrid mode, if anything happened during in-person learning, such as a student or teacher or their family member got infected, it's very likely that we will fall back to distance learning again. Distance learning is the only way for us to keep learning under the worst case scenarios, and we would prepare for the worst. As parents, we would like to support our teachers and our own kids in improving distance learning experience. And I think our goal that distance learning could achieve a comparable or close to comparable result as in-person learning. To achieve this goal, we would like to understand the current challenges with distance learning and what we can do to support our teacher and kids. As a parent, I really would like to see distance learning happening more regularly, like 4 times a week, just to make students establish good routines and foster learning habits. Thank you.
Thank you, Ping. And then I think I need 4 more names.
You do. Swati is the first one. Initials V as in Victor, P as in Peter. Sophia Chan, followed by Sumad Pagi, initials SP.
Okay, Swati, please.
If you would all remember to raise your hands. Swati, if you're there, if you'd raise your hand, otherwise I'll read for you. I will read. Can someone choose phased learning, go to 100% distance learning later in case we don't feel comfortable when phase 2 opens? Thank you.
Thank you, Swati. And then I have VP.
I think you're there. If you could try to speak. If you'd unmute yourself, VP. Hello? We'll move to Sophia as we try to figure out what's happening on their end. So Sophia Chan, if you're here. Oh, actually, I will read for Sophia. It asks me to read.
Great.
Assuming we want to make sure our child finishes with his or her class, would it be safer to pick the 4 phases instead of full distance learning? Assume the school is ready to move to phase 2, but from a parent's perspective, you still don't feel it's safe to send your child. Would they be penalized for not physically coming to campus? Can they still possibly get a recorded lesson? How about moving on ceremonies for 8th grade? Would 8th grade students still be able to attend any moving on celebration with their class, even if they decide to do full distance learning or home schooling? Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. And then I have, was it Sumad Pagi?
That is correct. So SP Sumad Pagi, if you're there, if you would raise your hand. Okay, I will read, and then if VP could get yourself ready, and then we'll try you before we go to the next 4. Oh, Sumad is here.
Okay.
Oh yeah, hi, I'm here. Hi, if you can please hear me.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, so thank you so much. Yeah, so I'm just trying to bring my comments here so I can read them. Thank you to all the board members for help in this process. I have following queries. So my request is that please give the same school teacher and class for distance learning. For phased learning, please do not decouple it from distance learning. In phased model, if few kids will be in class for part of the week, does it mean that for remaining week and for remaining of the kids, is it same as distance learning? If so, why are we separating the 2 modes? How will assignments be graded in distance learning? And if distance learning provides different teacher, how does it benefit students of alternate schools? I would humbly request to please keep the allocated class and teacher from current school for distance learning. How is PE, music, library, etc. are handled in different modes. So yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Sumad. And then I think we're circling back to try VP again.
That is correct. VP, I think we're ready for you to speak.
Hello.
Perfect.
Hello, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, everyone. First, I would like to thank all CUSD board members for their continuous support and efforts in running our school smoothly. I would like to ask that instead of shuffling students, teachers across all school sites for distance learning, can we shuffle and allocate same students and teachers from same school site? So this will help from transitioning from one phase to another phase smoothly. Also, we can still cultivate one school, one family culture, and we can still celebrate school events distantly with the help of respective parent-teacher community. This will surely help for social emotional development in all K-8 students during especially this epidemic time. Thank you all for listening to my comments.
Thank you, VP. Let's see, I think I need 4 new names now, Leslie.
Okay, the first name is Peggy Alavi, followed by Liliana, followed by Srini Vinakota, followed by Karthik Iyer.
Okay, Peggy Alavi, please.
Okay, Peggy, if you'd raise your hand.
Okay, I hope you can hear me. I actually have submitted multiple comments, and in the interest of time, I will go through as many as I can, given the 2-minute time constraint. And thank you for everything you do. Now starting my comments. My comment and question is regarding the current distance learning teaching staff. One example of a perfect split was what Stacy provided, where you can get a clean split of 2 classes being in a hybrid mode and 1 class being in distance learning. What if the splits are not this clean? Let's for example say we have 5 elementary schools where in each 1.5 classrooms worth of students choose the hybrid and the other 1.5 choose distance learning. My understanding is that the 1.5 classrooms worth in the hybrid will be assigned to 2 teachers, and that means distance learning students will be grouped. Even with grouping them, there will still be a big significant shortage of teachers. This will be amplified across different grades. What are the district's plan for addressing this teaching staff shortage? My next comment, which is posted in a separate comment, is the county guidelines point out multiple instances of potential exposure of students, teacher, families, or other staff, or close contacts, where the guidelines ask for a 14-day quarantine. I have heard in such instances that a student will switch to distance learning and then switch back to the hybrid model when they have been cleared. What is the district going to do to ensure that there's a smooth transition there? When children are in the same school, each grade's teaching staff will communicate and keep the learning plans for distance learning or hybrid the same. What is being done to ensure that the students are continuing to learn and their instructions or learning are not interrupted and the transition is seamless if they are in the distance learning mode, switching between distance learning mode and hybrid? What if the teacher is the subject of the quarantine? Is the current plan to try to find a sub for 14 days or multiple 14-day periods? Or is it to switch to the entire hybrid class to distance learning for the period of quarantine for the teacher? My next comment is there has been much talk about going from phase 1 to 2 or moving between other phases. Has there been any definition of what these would look like? As an example, New York State has said that, and I am quoting, schools in a region can reopen if the region is in phase 4 of reopening and if the daily infection rate remains below 5% or lower using a 14-day average since unpause was lifted. Schools will close if the region's infection rates rises above 9% using a 7-day average, etc. Point is that there are specific plans. Are there any such plans?
Okay, I think that's our time, Peggy. Thank you. And please feel free to send the rest of your comments in to the board if you haven't already. I'm not sure what's come in since I sat down to the meeting. Let's see here. Next, I have Liliana.
Hi, good evening. I just wanted to thank everybody for the hard work you're doing and for keeping this conversation open to everyone. And I see that there's not enough research of how this virus spreads in the kids, on what are the effects it may have. And there is enough information and more conclusive that this virus grows indoors and it is also airborne. So with these things that we have right now, I don't think we can provide a safe environment for our kids to come back. Not for the moment, and it seems like we're going to be in that for a while. And I really thank you for prioritizing the health and safety of our teachers and kids. Also, when I have a medical concern, I listen to my doctor. So right now that our teachers are telling us they do not have the elements under these circumstances to teach inside of a classroom, why not listening to them and follow the recommendations? And also, I have a background in psychology. Every research says that kids need some continuity, some stability, some safety, are elements that we cannot provide safely in a school reopening. So I am happy we're going to start online, and I would like to keep it like that as long as it is safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Liliana. Next, we have Srini. I'm sorry about the last name, Vinakovi.
Vinakota.
Thank you.
It looks like Srini is not here, so I will read. It's a question. Can we start in the phase 4 program and switch to full distance learning at a transition point? Thank you.
Thank you, Srini. Karthik Iyer.
Karthik, if you'd raise your hand, please. I will read for Karthik. I have an 8th grader with the 4-phase model. Are we assured a teacher from their home school for each subject? Wondering if case all teachers choose not to opt in for the hybrid model. Thank you.
Thank you, Karthik. And then 4 more names, please.
Maricela Ornelas, followed by Favor, followed by Manali Peace, P-I-S-E, followed by Barbara Raje.
Okay, Maricela Ornelas.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi. Okay, so as a daughter of a physician, although he doesn't verbalize it, I see the concern etched in his face every morning when he leaves for work. He takes extraordinary measures when he comes home to make sure that he doesn't bring the virus home back to his family. And currently, I work as a behavior interventionist for CAP, and I am very concerned about our students and our safety being phased back into the classroom. I work one-to-one with our students in a mod severe classroom. For our program, we work very closely with our students, and it brings up many concerns. You know, how will we be able to keep 6 feet distance and do our job efficiently? You know, our children are not always able to vocalize their symptoms, which makes them more vulnerable to get COVID and to be transmitters of COVID without them even knowing. You know, this also puts us as staff at more risk because due to the fact that we are one-to-one, we have 8 adults in our classroom with 8 students, not including the teacher. So it's nine adults with 8 students, and that is concerning to me. You know, we have children who may not be able to wear masks or will have to take them off in the duration of the classroom due to sensory or social behavior issues. And I would like to know what your plan is to protect our students, us as staff, and teachers to given these set of circumstances. You know, people, and the principal part of this transmission of the virus is airborne. And how do we plan to protect teachers and staff from airborne transmission? I know that, of course, we're going to be taking precautions and cleaning down services, but is that enough when it comes to an airborne virus? And it seems that these protocols that I think the Santa Clara, Department of Public Health, it seems the protocols that are given are not being proactive. They are being retroactive in dealing with the situation once the disease has already occurred, instead of being preventative of the spread. And I think, again, that could be due to Santa Clara County, their office and what they're doing. And that brings up, for me, at our site, we need assistance. We assist students with toileting, working one-to-one with their special services such as speech and OT. Again, this brings up a concern about a risk of exposure, and to be able to meet the 6 feet distance guidelines. I feel that special ed has unique concerns. It is a possibility, will it be a possibility that we will be able to have a separate meeting with all staff that work with special ed students to discuss the myriad of issues such as behavior, academic, hygiene, and sensory issues in relation to coming back to the classroom? Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Maricela. And I'm going to go ahead and update the board. We've had another 18 comments come in, it sounds like. And I just want to check in with people. When people are not here to read their own comment, are people wanting them still read aloud, or would we prefer that they just get forwarded on to us to read in detail later?
Like to hear it because we're going to deliberate on this, and so getting the comments after we've already deliberated and given direction to staff seems like then we won't be able to consider it. So that's my 2 cents. I would like to have it read. So
I agree. I agree with Jerry, but I'd also like to say that we can't accept any more.
Okay. Is that okay with everybody? All right, so we're going to say that we are done accepting new comments. We're going to work our way through all that were still in the queue plus the new that came in. And please, anybody who has further questions and comments, it's board@cusdk8.org, and we read them all. All right, on to, was it favor, Leslie?
Yes, it was.
Thank you.
It does not look like there's a hand raised for favor, so I will read for favor. It just says, what platforms will be used for distance learning, and will electronic laptops, internet, etc. be provided for families? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Faber. And then, was it Manali? I'm sorry, my handwriting is messing me up here. Manali Peace?
That is correct.
Okay.
Manali, if you'd raise your hand. I don't believe Manali is still here.
Okay.
Not a question, but a suggestion. Site level survey where we can give more requests and inputs for distance learning, as each site might be different. Thank you.
Thank you, Manali. Barbara Roger?
Barbara, are you here? I will read for Barbara. The spread of COVID-19 in daycares in Texas and California has been on the rise, even while the daycares have reduced class size and followed all CDC recommendations. This is very concerning. If these smaller facilities can't keep staff and students safe, how will we protect all staff and students when our schools are much larger and have similar recommendations? As COVID-19 cases continue to rise, we should not go back to in-class learning. Until there is a vaccine, it isn't safe to go back to school. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Barbara. And can I get 4 new names, please?
You may. Michelle Neely, followed by Deb Stoddard, followed by Carolyn Nguyen, followed by Peter Santangeli.
Okay, Michelle Neely?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Wonderful. Hi. So I have a few extra comments, so I'll try and read the ones that I submitted quickly. And then I have a couple of +1s and thoughts that I've come up with for tonight. So thank you for a very informative meeting and your continued efforts to fine tune for the fall. I also appreciate all the work that teachers and staff have been doing over the summer to get ready, and all the time that they spent this spring figuring out the systems and the software and the programs that did work well in their classrooms. I hope everyone will just trust that the teachers have been looking at all these questions already and that they're brilliant, creative, and resourceful people. And I look forward to seeing what online could actually be. As a parent, I did have a few problems with online learning. And part of that I submitted in a town hall comment, so I won't go over that right now. But a suggestion I did have is if parents could maybe have like tech help, so it's not the teachers. For example, we messed up a password and we were not able to get it reset, and our teacher couldn't really help us. So that would be something that would be able to maybe help parents, maybe some help sessions at the beginning of school. And then I'd like to +1 Sylvia's suggestion that was so much earlier tonight about having clubs running at the middle schools would be helpful for SEL, and just maybe query the kids because they probably have some ideas of what would be fun and meaningful for them right now. And then with just the time that I have left, I just wanted to thank the secretaries that have come on tonight to talk about their concerns. A lot of the classified staff share those concerns. I'm also a staff for CAP in the district, and I work with mod severe children as a behavior interventionist, and it is physically impossible for us to socially distance with our children. So we're at a special risk, and we have a lot of concerns about what will happen as far as having the correct PPE if the time is for us to come back. So I would just like to thank everybody for starting online and thinking about our safety, and please continue to do so in your decision making. And in the news, someone had just mentioned that we really don't know all the information. Kids got sick at camp, teacher passed away in Arizona for sharing a room. So there are different things that we just don't know enough about. So I'm hoping that we will be very safe as we go back to school this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Next, I have Deb Stoddard.
Deb, are you here? Deb, if you'd raise your hand, we're trying to unmute you.
And after Deb, it's going to be Carolyn Nguyen and Peter Santangeli, if you can also raise your hands.
Deb, we're going to skip over yours. If you could raise your hand and we'll come back to you. Carolyn Nguyen, if you're there. I'll read for Carolyn, and then Deb, if you'd raise your hand. During the hybrid models, how will social distancing be exercised? Will there be less students in the classroom than normal to allow enough space between children? Is the district contemplating that only half of the students come back on any given day, but utilize all of the classrooms so there can be sufficient spacing? In terms of cleaning protocols, will cleaning be done each day after students come into the classrooms? What if COVID-19 is still present on surfaces when children come back the next time they do come back? Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. And then Peter Santangeli.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thanks for taking the feedback. Planning is important, but vetting statements and plans with reality is critical. In the opening presentation this evening, one of the few specifics mentioned was that symptomatic students would be isolated until immediately picked up by parents. Isolated by who and where? Our schools don't have full-time nurses, and the admins are not medical practitioners. In practice, given jobs, etc., it can take hours for parents to pick up their children. How will this be done safely? Will the staff be given PPE? The reality is this, the horse has left the barn here. School operations start in 2 weeks. Have we even designed and installed plexiglass shields for the office staff to isolate them from the general public? That's the bare minimum required in any retail situation. Until all these issues and many more are fully determined, fully distanced learning is all that's possible and should be the only expectation set until the alternatives are fully worked out. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. And then Leslie, did we identify Deb Stoddard?
Yeah, Deb, if you'd raise your hand, and if not, I will read for you. Okay. I am grateful that the district continues to consider the health and safety of students and staff first. Continuing community spread without testing and tracing means that all of our health is in jeopardy. Some districts have used metrics such as 14-day no new cases, a flat curve with declining numbers, etc. There needs to be clear criteria based on data and science moving to phase 2. I would also encourage the board to adopt a mandatory mask policy for everyone on campus, including students and staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. And then I believe I need 4 new names.
Amal Patel, Marianne Cunningham, Samantha Ellis, I will read for Samantha, and Sujatha Chintalpati.
Okay, Anal Patel.
There's no hand raised, so I'll read for Amal.
Thank you.
It may be okay to delay the reopening of the academic year by a month, but can we ensure the teachers are truly well prepared for phase 1 of the 4-phase model so that students are gainfully engaged during the distance learning section? Migration to phase 2 may be indefinitely delayed given the case count and availability of a vaccine. Thank you.
Thank you, Amal. And then Mary Ann Cunningham, please.
Hi.
Good evening.
My name is Marianne Cunningham. I'm a teacher at Stockelmeyer. My own children are adults, so I can't imagine what parents are going through as they decide what is best for their children during this pandemic. I know they want their kids to return to school for so many reasons. We all do. And it's great that this summer the district is focusing on how to promote the social, emotional, and academic needs of students during distance learning next year. However, we can't return for the hybrid model until the number of new COVID cases decreases for 14 days. Currently, I know many kids are attending summer school. It may seem to be working, but how many kids have been tested for COVID in Santa Clara? Currently in Florida, 31% of the children tested have COVID, but a majority are asymptomatic. Since children haven't been tested in general, we don't know if they're transferring the virus. In Israel, in May, infections among children and teachers flared 2 weeks after opening, with 244 students and school employees contracting COVID. And more than 6,800 students and teachers were put in home quarantine by the government order. COVID rates have gone up in Santa Clara County. Could kids going to summer school have contributed to the rise in cases in addition to other businesses opening up? I wonder how many parents who put their kids in summer school have also gotten them tested. Until we have a reliable data based on more testing, tracing, and studies, don't assume the current limited studies are correct. Too many bad recommendations have been based on limited data. What is the cost of returning to a hybrid model? We have to ask, what price are we willing to pay for children and adults to return back to school? Please keep in mind this is one school year during a global pandemic that is impacting many lives in so many ways. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Next, I have Samantha Ellis.
I've been asked to read Samantha's for her.
Thank you.
I know this has been a year full of challenges, and as a board, you have all worked tirelessly to overcome those challenges. I appreciate your support for our students and greatly appreciate the decision to start the fall in distance learning. However, we are yet in another moment of heightened racial awareness in America. While we collectively mourn the murders of our Black Americans and navigate the path forward, it is absolutely critical to consider the impacts of these traumatic modern events and their direct connection to our students of all races. Not only do we need to address the emotional state of students and staff, but also make changes that create real positive impacts on our students' lives and collective futures.
I am disappointed in the lack of effort by the board, the district's faculty, and my own department to take deliberate anti-racist actions with our district in communication with parents, students, staff, and faculty. To be clear, ignoring the injustices of widespread normalized racism and intolerance of others, or simply making a statement is not an option. As board members and admin, you are trusted leaders and role models, countless staff, parents, and students. We expect you to lead by example, exhibit kindness, provide resources, and be a safe space for all students. Talks, trainings, and webinars about race can be challenging, but we must turn silence into dialogue. These conversations are not reserved only for students and staff of color. Yourself, department heads, and supervisors are equally responsible for helping our students and staff build their capacity to understand and confront racism, as well contribute to a society where peace and justice prevail. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha. Then I have Sujatha.
Sujatha Chapati. I'll read for Sujatha. We appreciate the diligence by school district putting together reopening plans and considering parent input. My kids will be going to second grade this fall at Murdoch Portal. We have two overarching goals: safety of children, parents, teachers, staff, community, and continued placement at our home school, seeing and meeting teachers and classmates even if remotely. The proposed four-phase model, CUSD, is okay, but it lacks precise criteria for going from one phase to another. We like to see the first phase of the four-phase model should last until there's a vaccine for the virus and an on-site testing is in place. We believe this will provide safety for conducting any in-person instruction. For distance learning, homeschooling options, as other parents have said, we really prefer these options are offered at school rather than the district level. Thank you again for your amazing support.
Thank you, Sujatha. And Leslie, if I could get another 4 names, please.
I'm going to give you the last 3 names. So we've got Yari Toleno, followed by Kobe Schindelheim, followed by Ailette A. Haran.
Okay, Yari Toleno, please.
Hi. Yes,
Hi.
hi. Sorry. Hello, everyone. Just want to thank you so much to the school board and the CUSD administrators. You've all been working tirelessly, working on this pressing matter. I am respectfully asking for an in-person learning as soon as safely possible. I am in favor of the hybrid model and would like my daughter to be able to attend her school and be able to have some sense of normalcy. I know at the end of the day, we all want what is best for our children, and I ask that you respect those who want this option. If parents would like the choice of distance learning, allow them that option, but don't take away the option to teachers and parents who are willing to head back to school with more safety precautions. I also ask, while we start with distant learning, to please make sure that teachers are offering live sessions on a daily basis. In addition, a lot of people are spouting out different facts, and I just looked up on the Santa Clara County COVID testing dashboard, which was updated today. The test positivity rate is only 4%. And who recommends anything below 5% you should be reopening, and we're at 4%. So I really think people should start looking at the data and not looking at fake news. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yari. And then Kobe Schindelhai, I'm sorry if I don't have the last name right.
It doesn't look like Kobe's here, so I will read. I am a teacher in a private setting. The main difference between me and the school district teacher is I don't get paid if I don't teach. I made modifications such as taking the class outdoors and using face covering. I learned this from observing what European schools have been successfully implementing. Kids can sit on the floor or grass and it works great. Why can't you do the same? Thank you.
Thank you, Kobe. And then Ailette, and I'm sorry I missed the last name.
Aharon. Ailette, if you're here, if you'd raise your hand. I think I will read.
Okay.
Hello. Thank you for the board for their continuous efforts. As a mother for a child in elementary as well as middle school, I want to raise my concern. I would like to consider providing option for hybrid learning in a more stable environment of 1 week on-site and 1 week remote. Understanding that we will probably start in remote learning, I would like to raise my concerns regarding the quality of teaching. No criteria was set to determine the amount of synchronous teaching. Just defining an amount of teaching hours is not sufficient. It should be better defined. In addition, I urge you to set criteria to measure the quality of teaching given to the students. From my personal experience last year, there was a big variance between the different teachers. Also, the parents are asked to be a big part in supporting our kids. Did the district consider providing reporting tools so parents will be aware of their child's progress and be able to raise flags when needed? Will there be a tool that will replace the weekly folders sent home in elementary with the children's work? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so just double checking, that was our last one, right?
That is it based on the ones that have been submitted before the time frame was up. Yes.
Okay. So,
Oh, excuse me, Lori, I'm sorry. I stand corrected. I do have one more name. Hold on one moment.
Okay.
I believe I skipped Gally Kovac on my list. So if Gally is here. Okay, then otherwise I'm going to need, oh, there we go, great, because I don't have it printed. Gally, if you'd speak. If you'd unmute yourself.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
We can, welcome.
Hi, thank you. First of all, I appreciate everyone's efforts. I think this is really, unprecedented times for all of us. I represent the parents who actually want to send their kids back to school safely. I apologize, I'm just going to speak because I can't find what I wrote. But I do believe we can return and we can do it safely. I think now with 25% of parents actually choosing to stay home, we have less children. We can accommodate, we can, find smaller classes, smaller groups, we can wear masks. But I do think we should consider, for the well-being of our kids, really starting the 4 phases much earlier. So that's my point of view. But I do value all the opinion. I don't take this lightly, but I think we can think out of the box, return earlier to school.
Great, thank you, Gally. And then I think we might have.
We do. We have one that was submitted earlier that I missed on my list, and I don't believe we've read this one, but you can help me if I'm wrong. Anat Lichten.
Oh, I think we maybe did have that.
I thought Anat spoke.
I'm not sure if it was the same name though. Oh gosh.
I don't have an Anat Lichten in my notes here. So there was an Anat too, I
I do
think.
have an Anat, yeah, I think. Oh, no, I do. Yes, Anat Lichten. Back around the time that we had Yi and Laura.
So then, so we read it for Anat then.
Okay.
Okay.
I think we're good. Okay, so let's wrap back to clarifying questions before we do sort of
general comments and move on with what Stacy asked us to kind of talk about as more direction and guidance. Does that work for everybody? All right. Phyllis, I think if we're going through our rounds again, it's you first if you want.
You're on mute, Phyllis.
Muted.
Okay, sorry about that. I have one question, and I don't know if you can respond now to it or if it should go on the next agenda, but I was sympathetic to what we heard from the secretaries, and I would like to have more information about how they're being involved in the decision and what the plans are for their return when we return in the hybrid model. Thank you.
Okay, do staff want to address anything there or?
Yeah, if I could, we will certainly loop back around. I know that we have been working with their union, and we do have a town hall meeting scheduled for next week specifically with our classified staff to address. I don't know if those invites have gone out yet, but it is scheduled for Wednesday. And again, just to really go through the reopening plans with all of our classified staff so that they can ask their questions and get the information. And, you know, as always, when we think we're communicating and sending out information, we can always do a better job. And so that was a great information for us that we may have missed something. So we certainly was not an intention, and believe that we were including all in and getting the information out. And, you know, I know time does go very quickly, but that was never our intention, and we do have plans, and we'll definitely circle back.
Okay, I'll move on to Satish, and I'll come back if I have anything more.
Okay, great. Satish.
From the clarification point, I think I don't have much. I have covered pretty much everything. But one thing is the dashboard content. I think we have to decide that what it should be. I know that I think Stacey, you addressed a little bit, but what are going to be there? Like, is it how detailed it is going to be, or it's just like a, you know, the color coding only, or kind of things like a little bit more on that, right? So I hope we will have that ready soon. The sample one in much more detail.
And so just to clarify on that sample, where you're looking at the sample one on the next slide down, where we just...
That's right. Yeah. So this is how it is. So I presume that this will be on our in our district website, like where every parent, everybody can take a, you know.
So actually underneath each of those columns will be listed the requirement.
Yeah. And where we are, so how soon we could be getting into a green phase, right? Kind of things, right? Like, yeah. Okay, next person we can add.
Okay, all right. So Sylvia.
I did have one clarifying question, just a short question about providing our staff with the PPE. And I know, Stacey, that you've been in touch with, or I know all of the superintendents are meeting or working together to do some bulk purchases, and I know the county is trying to organize some of that stuff. Is there any update on any of that?
So we did receive an update this week. Some of the supplies have already come in, have already been picked up in our warehouse, ready to go. Others, there is a time frame within the next 2 weeks that some of it will be delivered, and others are still on order. So the county has been updating. I would say about a third of the orders have already been received, pending another third in the next week or so, and then the final third should be coming in, as well as we continue to have our orders that we've ordered independently and are stocking up as well.
And are there kind of standards for different levels of PPE? I'm thinking specifically, I know some of our special ed CAP employees and teachers were saying that some of their needs might be a little bit different. Are there any sort of guidance or guidelines in place for that from public health or from county?
So they all still fall under that safety and health and the required cloth face covering, There isn't the requirement to put the shields up, although we are ordering some of the shields for some of our areas as we're doing one-on-one assessments. We do have those available. So we are really looking at ensuring that everybody has their mask. We have gloves available. We have the disinfectant, but really just aligning with what that requirement is. It isn't spelled out separately for any particular groups at this point.
Okay, thanks. I'm good for my turn.
Okay, Jerry?
Sure, I just I'll just have one, and I can do my deliberations. But there were a couple of points brought up about families that choose distance learning and expressing a desire to be placed in the same distance learning class as other students in the same school. Now I know we can't always do that depending on how the distribution is, but it seems like it wouldn't be unreasonable if we had, I don't know, 2 or 3 schools worth that made up one class. Our intent is to try to keep as much of that cohort from the same school or same set of schools together, right? I just want to clarify that. We're not putting them in a random lottery ball and just drawing people out from all 20 schools or 5 schools, right? That is the intent, to the extent that we can keep them together in distance learning.
Yeah, thank you for that comment question too, because that is certainly our intent. First priority is if we can keep them at their home school, we would do that. The
Right.
next would be maybe we're looking at grouping schools together, whether they're all the feeder schools that go into a common middle school, that we could then share that distance learning strand among those, and then continue to evolve out. But our intent is not to scatter them throughout the district. It really is to keep them in some similar type of groups.
Right. Okay. Well, thanks, Stacy. I think that's what the parents will want to hear. So appreciate that. That's my only question, Lori. Thank you.
Okay. So let's see. Do we have a sense yet, and this may be a question for Allison, about how minutes and particularly the assignments are going to be delineated from homework? Are we expecting that we'll still have homework in the sense that we've had it before? And if so, how will that be different than the assignments?
We haven't really talked too much about homework yet, but typically when we talk about instructional minutes, we're not thinking about homework. We're thinking about the school day. So that's what we were referring to in this context. And we'll continue to provide clarity as we work through these guidelines and learn more about how we'll be logging the synchronous and asynchronous time for the state as well.
Okay. And then I've got you, the grading. I totally agree that I found the narrative summary on my child's report card from spring to be helpful and informative, and frankly, I think really quite well captured the experience on my end as well. But I am concerned about some of the comments and really the worries around academic gaps, academic slide, and sort of this idea of ensuring that we are making sure along the way that, that standards-based education is still happening and that children are meeting those standards. And I think along with that piece goes sort of the timeliness of that. I know I had feedback from several people in the spring that didn't realize how far their child had gotten behind in something and then kind of had like a surprise. And so I know that's different than grading, but assignments and sort of keeping track of that and making sure that they're not falling behind so that then it doesn't affect the standards-based, I guess, is my train of thought, but I'm not the educator. So there you go.
Yes, thank you. We can keep providing updates on all of that. I'll just share a couple of snippets now. One is that our teacher teams are taking a look at assessment for our elementary kids. That's that first phase of our summer work. And we have strong assessments in place for language arts, and we had it as a goal to improve our math benchmark system. And so we are moving forward with iReady Math, which is standards-based and provides really clear information on how the kids are doing in math. And that will be through all the grades. We'll have that ability into middle school and all the way through. So that would be new this year. And it is a major focus of the summer work to think about how we will be approaching assessments. And at our next board meeting also, we'll talk about the revised LCAP, or the new version of the LCAP, which will be really highlighting many of the things that were raised tonight. We'll be needing to document our plan for addressing all of these things in the new version of the LCAP, which will explain our learning plan and how we will make sure that all kids are making progress.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And then I want to make sure that we have it on our radar for sure. And I'm guessing you're way ahead of me on this, but that we have some sort of communication tool, a form, a check-in, I don't know what, for families to be encouraged to contact us when there are sort of extraordinary circumstances going on, when there are things that need to be to our immediate attention for the well-being of a child, that those things, that we have a place to quickly communicate that, so that if we have resources that we can help with, if there are things we can do to support the learning of that student, sort of our notion of the whole child, and ensuring that there's a clear communication channel where somebody just, maybe it's part of our packet that we're sending out at the beginning of the year. I don't know what it is. Anyway, I should let you answer that.
Thank you. I think that's a great suggestion. We can consider that. I think when school's in session, those channels naturally are there, but it would be important to specify that at each site, and we can take a look at where to do that in the written plan, the orientation to the year for parents.
Great. Okay. Thank you. And I think the rest of mine are more under the deliberations. Yeah. Okay. So let's go on to that. Stacy, can you recap again for us where you started with your presentation about what you're hoping specifically that each of us will reflect on, in addition to whatever else we're thinking?
So really just in hearing all the different components and the challenges, and knowing where the desire is, of course, for us to get back to in-person as soon as possible, but knowing that there's still a lot of that criteria that we're working through, really just pondering to allow that work to continue to ensure the distance learning is in place and has a time to continue. Is there consideration for one of those metrics to be in place of actually setting a timeline for that distance learning that we can hold to while we continue to work with, knowing that we may need to adjust it further out pending whatever the health conditions are, but really to give us that solid information that says to parents and to our staff, this is when we're staying into distance learning. We are going to hold the course. We're going to give that very strong distance learning. We're going to meet our instructional minutes. We're going to have our attendance policies. We're going to have these expectations set. But if we're only going to be in that in a week or two, that is a lot of energy and work to go into 2 weeks, and then suddenly have to shift into a hybrid, which is a whole nother learning curve for our teachers. And so could there be that consideration of extending and saying that we will maintain in distance learning to a longer period of time?
And so is there, I guess my immediate question would be, is there are there logical time points at which you'd like us to consider with that?
I could definitely see where it would match up, as we've talked about the trimester, where we're looking at the break, where parents then could also have that option to move into the distance learning or move into the hybrid. So some of those natural timelines, that also aligns with grading periods, which if a student does make a shift, it's much easier to have a grading from a new teacher versus, shifting midstream for that. So those are some of those natural breaks. That would be a starting point.
Okay.
If I need to move because my light just turned off on me in the room here.
All right, so I see Phyllis. Go for it. Oh, you're still muted. There we go.
All right now?
Yep.
Can you hear me? Okay. I share many of the parents and teachers and community members that spoke to us tonight were interested in a longer, more than a shorter period of distance learning. And that's kind of where I am. So I would like to see us go a semester, a trimester of distance learning. I would like to see us commit to that. And then at that time, or a few weeks before that time, evaluate where we are, what the county looks like, what the state looks like in terms of spiking or whatever. Has there been a period of time with no new cases or whatever we decide our criteria is, and make the decision then, giving the staff 2 or 3 weeks or however much time they need lead time for that change to happen at the trimester. And I think it would be easier for the teachers as well if there are going to be some shifts, if parents are going to make some changes at that time, some requests for changing from one model to the other. I think it would give teachers a chance to plan for that. So my position would be to go a little longer on the distance learning. Thank you.
Thanks, Phyllis.
Go the next.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, we'll just go in order.
Same order then. I think Phyllis already summarized. I think the way which it is currently, I don't see a, it is going to be a shorter for sure. Like, we are going every day in a bad shape, and I don't know when it will get stabilized. So I think we should prepare at least for a little bit longer for sure. Like, and as my point, like, while I was asking clarifying questions, like how frequently we are going to evaluate that. That's very important, right? But at least for our immediate purpose, let's look into not a very short kind of thing, but I'm not specifically saying about a trimester or anything, but I think I foresee that it will definitely be a longer than what we have been expecting. So let's clearly plan it, and we do not want to switch the phase if we cannot, if you're not confident, or if you're not meeting all the points, like, right? So let's really spell it out what we need, and I think it'll take time for us to meet all those things. So definitely a significant amount of time we will be in the first phase, I guess.
Okay, so sweeping around, giving everybody a chance to reflect on this one before we talk about July 30th. So Sylvia?
Yeah, it's so hard. It's and hearing all the different public comments and all the different family situations and the different needs, and everybody's coming from a different situation. It's so hard. I know that we've all been watching the districts around us in California making their decisions as well. I think about in March when we as school districts were all facing similar questions. And I remember at the time, because we were meeting so often with all the other school districts in Santa Clara County, and the guiding principle at that time was, what can we do as a region? What can we do to a regional effect? Because doing it onesie, twosie, district by district isn't going to help with flattening the curve. I mean, that was the big thing at the time. That was only 4 months ago. So I think as I'm seeing the other districts around us kind of making decisions and coming out, and the majority of them are choosing to go distance learning for the fall semester, I mean, that's really where I'm leaning towards as well, for a district, for our teachers and students, but also for the region, because I see that that's what's happening in our region. So I'm similar to Satisha. I'm not married to a particular date yet. I think Phyllis's idea of doing trimester by trimester just from a planning point of view makes sense, but I'm also open to, I'd like to hear what everybody else thinks too.
Good. Okay, Jerry?
Yes. Okay. Just on this issue of, do we stay the course for distance learning? I agree with the comments that where people have shared that this is something we have to get right, because we don't know what's going to happen in the winter. We need to have something to fall back on. So as such, I do believe, and I support putting investment into getting a robust distance learning process and curriculum. And so if we were going to put the investment in there, it seems like, as to Stacy's point, we want to do more than just 2 weeks, right? Because, you know, every engineer is trained that there's really 3 dimensions, only 3 dimensions you can make trade-offs with. It's the resources, it's time, and it's features, right? And so we're pretty fixed on resources. We have what we have. We don't have a lot of room there. I don't think we have a lot of room on features because it's really about safety, and that's not something you can't really compromise on. And so time is the only thing we can play with. And so I think to the extent that, you know, I think trimesters could work. I'm just not, I'm thinking through then what does that mean for the middle schools? Because they're, so I understand that they will be on a semester system. And so then do we, so I think probably I am where Satish and Sylvia are, which is, and I think to a certain extent where Phyllis is, which is we want to spend some time here. But maybe we could talk a bit more about what that crossover point is, and do we have different ones for middle schools and elementary schools and such. But I don't see us being able to do much in the other 2 dimensions. We have what we have, and safety is safety. And so, yeah, we should, and we need to put investment into this. So that's why, yeah, I guess I'm long way of saying I agree with all of you.
So thank you to my colleagues, because I think everybody got all my points too. So I would say that like I expressed last board meeting, it's not that this plan doesn't worry me, but when I think through the compromises we have to consider, this seems like the least bad option in terms of giving us stability, which I think when I think about what children need as much as what we adults need, stability matters a whole lot, and predictability matters a whole lot. And I think we heard from some parents and from some students that you know, are asking us to do that, to give them the assurance of some stability in a world that seems so unstable, you know, especially for the kids. I also would +1 what Jerry said. I do wonder if we need to give some thought to whether or not the decision is the same for the elementaries versus the middle, both because I think, as we've talked about, there may be a reason to consider elementary school age children differently. But if we make a decision to kind of commit to something, that also gives us more time for research and also to learn what happens maybe when other districts and other places go back, which again worries me. But I also think that gives us some time to learn more about the data, about the research, about the science, and hopefully inform better decisions. So +1 to what my colleagues said. I guess the one thing I would ask is that, you know, and I know we won't, but, or that we will, maybe that's the better way of saying it. I know we will revisit this along the way. It won't be a waiting until we're close to that transition point before we start talking about it again. I think obviously we have a lot of work to do on identifying what we think the criterion would be as we near that point, and are we meeting those criterion, but also around what's working, what's not, what new information we've learned from data, what's going to happen tomorrow when Governor Newsom gives his press conference, because we might be making a decision that is going to be made for us. So at any rate, with all of those things. So Stacy, do you feel like you've gotten input from us enough to bring back a proposal for us on the 30th, or do you want us to put a line in the sand together right now? What
No, I think we have enough, and we can bring back a proposal on the 30th. And I just would want to add that our commitment is going to be, regardless of what we choose to, how long we go into distance learning, we will continue to work on those guidelines and the dashboards. And that will still be something where we continue to bring back every board meeting and monitor and adjust, because it's so important and there's so many elements of it. And, you know, our goal needs to be to continue to be in person at some point. And so that's what we'll continue to work towards. Meanwhile, we'll continue our work on the distance learning and have that ready to go on August 13th.
Can I ask a question about if you bring back a proposal on at the next meeting for you know, if trimesters make sense for everybody versus trimesters versus a semester, does that change at all how we would think about still offering the distance learning only strand? Is that still something that we need to have as that third strand for different reasons?
I think I would like to spend some time with staff and stakeholders talking about and getting some feedback. It could allow us to not have to force that decision now. That does allow us a little bit longer time to develop what that would look like and look at some of our staffing and how some of those configurations could work possibly. So there's certainly a positive by having that extended time and not forcing a choice at this point.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions on this one, and is anybody still having concerns about giving that as direction to staff to bring back a proposal? Please go ahead.
Sorry, that was one of the things I was going to ask about. I think given that we're looking at distance learning for a pretty good chunk, because I think what we heard over and over again was parents don't feel comfortable committing to one decision at this point when there's still so many unknowns. And the reality is that those unknowns still exist. I don't know that they would necessarily, we would get more info by in 2 weeks. And so I guess, yeah, what if we can push back the asking parents to make a commitment until we're ready to, until we have a better idea of what those choices would look like and what those transitions and protocols would look like.
Okay, so maybe staff can consider that in what comes back as well. Everybody good with that?
And I just had one other comment, is this length of time we're talking about, whether it's a trimester or a month or a semester. For me, it partly depends on how far away are we from that definition of safe, right? Because if we just have to put shields everywhere or something, and there's a 3-month capital improvement project, then for me, that's further out. But if it's just a matter of, I don't know, buy a bunch of PPE, I know it's not that, it's an example, then maybe it's more of a month thing. So I think, Stacy, I would take that into, at least my preference would be to take that into consideration, partly how far are we from sort of this threshold of safe and what that dashboard will look like today if we had it in front of us. That'd be another input from me. Okay, thanks.
We will plan on bringing an updated dashboard back to the meeting as well as part of that information, so that you'll have that to compare. We'll bring back a proposal for potential distance learning time. And then, if I'm hearing right, we'll put a pause on surveying and reaching out to have any kind of a decision as to one of our 3 options.
I think what I heard Sylvia say, and I agree, is that until we can tell people what safe is so they can make an informed choice, right? That's what you meant, right, Sylvia? That's what I heard? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are we comfortable with this together? Anybody have anything else they want to raise specific to this little mini snippet here? Very important mini snippet, but
Are you going into other areas, or are we just talking?
I was going to open it up to that. The question that's on the slide about what additional information is needed at the July 30th meeting. I'm guessing some of us have, topics we'd like to continue to ask for updates or to be addressed as well. Are we good to go on to that?
I'm ready.
Okay. All right. So Phyllis, do you have anything you are interested in additional information on for July 30th?
I do not. Thank you.
Okay, Satish?
Yeah, I think I'm actually happy in terms of, like, I think we are making good progress. Okay, first of all, I want to thank the staff on that. I think we are much more, we have information this time than what we had 2 weeks back or a week back, sorry. So I think we are making good progress, and some more fine tuning specifically on the process and the guidelines in terms of, like, I was talking about the dashboard, what exactly some of the specifics if we add it up. And and to make sure that a robust, I think this we keep hearing that, right, distance learning, right? If we can have that much more, we insist on that. I think we are there. I think that will really help us to, make everybody comfortable, as well as, whether it's the staff or parents or the board. I think we'll be much more comfortable on that. I want to really thank for a lot of hard work has been put, and I can see the slides change dramatically from last to now, and more specifics are there. Really, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, Sylvia.
Yeah, I wanted to reflect a little bit on some of the feedback we got about the live instruction and about the constant maybe live streaming for a whole day. And I think as I'm thinking about it, I want to address what I think is the underlying fear, which is a lack of student engagement. And so I think, and I don't want to project or put words in people's mouths, but I think the way I'm understanding it is a lot of that desire to have that constant continual live streaming or live teaching comes from this fear or worry, or maybe evidence from the spring that students weren't engaged if they weren't in live teaching. And so I'm trying to balance that with the same, similar, like with kind of the opposite end spectrum of feedback of this is too much screen time. And also we don't want to tie, handcuff the students and the teachers to the screen the entire time, because learning doesn't just happen in a lecture style format. And so I guess, can we talk a little bit about what authentic learning looks like, what student engagement looks like, and maybe if we can get some definitions for what that might be and how that can be accomplished without the live streaming. Because I know, teachers, they'll teach a mini lesson and then the students will, reflect on it. And then in the classroom, there'll be think and pair and share, and they, pair up with their buddy, they talk to each other, they ask each other questions, and they present it. And there's so much that's happening in the classroom that isn't teacher lectures. But can we do something similar without the constant live streaming? So I guess that's the thing I'm asking, our education experts. Is there some way that we can build confidence that the system will work within those minutes that we're saying that we're offering?
Allison, do you have enough? Is that clear enough that you can take that back with the team and we can work on that?
Yes, definitely. We're already talking about those things with our summer teams, and definitely we can bring some information back.
Great, thank you.
You have anything else on your list, Sylvia?
You can come back to me.
All right, Jerry.
All right, I will give feedback on this question and some others you didn't ask, Stacy. So flip over to a new sheet of paper. No, it's not going to do that. No, I've been, obviously thinking a lot about this, like my colleagues. And, last time we heard from almost 90 folks. Today I counted 74. Frankly, after the board meeting last week, a lot of people contacted me on Friday. And there were lots of opinions, folks who wanted to distance learning for the whole semester, and folks that felt like we needed to go back now. And I understand where folks are coming from, but the mental picture I have, is I feel like we're climbing a mountain, right? And the top of the mountain, what we're all striving for is what's the best for our students, but we're all coming from different parts of the mountain. And so we see different things, because when I listen to people, I hear people put different emphasis on different, and I'm not here to pass judgment on whether this is right or wrong, but what I got out of it was there was a lot of strong opinions in the community. And I think that's reflected in what we've heard today. So that's one. The other thing I picked up from this, again, the last 2 weeks, and is there's a lot of questions of like, you know, how will XYZ work? And what happens is ABC happens. And it almost feels like there's an infinite number of combinations of these questions you could ask that I don't think anybody could answer them in a month or month and a half. So I wanted to kind of up-level this a little bit, because we have a lot of data here. And so I wanted to sort of, there are two themes that stick in my head. One is I feel like here we are, the five of us, you know, trying to figure something out here. This is being repeated all across the state. We have over, what, 1,000 school districts. There are 5,000 people all doing this because, I don't know, they couldn't do it at the county level for 30. They couldn't do it at the state level for 1,000. And so the wheel's being reinvented over and over and over, because a lot of these questions people have are procedural questions. So one ask I would have is, and I think some of my colleagues have brought this up, to the extent that we can communicate with other folks around here who are reinventing the same wheel. How do you protect secretaries? A lot of these are really just procedural things. You know, I'm hoping Governor Newsom will say something. I'm not that optimistic, but maybe he'll solve some of this. So that's one theme I have that we didn't really touch on, is to the extent we can connect with other districts. I'm not trying to say we need to adopt their policy, but there's a lot of procedural stuff that just needs to get worked through. Otherwise, I don't think it's possible for us to answer all these questions. So that's one. The second is I was actually listening to this, and I was looking at the names, and I wonder if Dr. Baker is one of them in here. And I don't know. Remember, he said he wouldn't show up as Craig Baker, but then I see all these cute acronyms, and I wonder, wow, is Craig listening in on this? And then I thought of something that Craig's always talked about, right? In the 2 years I've been on the board, he talks about we're about choice, right? That's one of our driving principles in this district, is we try not to tell people what, to the extent that we can. And so I think certainly safety comes first, but I think to the extent that we can offer choices to parents who do want to send their children back, and that's something that I would support, you know, if we could do this all safely. So those are sort of my two things, right? Trying to see if we can work with other districts, and then this whole choice thing, which I think has served us well as a district. So now I'll get to the things that you asked for, Stacy, which is what additional information. So with that in mind, because I wanted to kind of share with you all what I'm thinking. So last time I asked about sort of the definition of safe. So I'll put that on the top of my list again. I know this is something that's being worked on. A lot of folks have talked about it. And so there are two things I like to two specific things. One is in the presentation today, there were references to we follow county guidelines. A lot of those county guidelines say blah, 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 if possible, blah, 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 if. I would like for us, if we are going to reference county guidelines, I'd like to know whether or not we're actually doing it, or we can't do it and therefore we're Xing it out. Because just pointing to it without answering that question doesn't tell me a whole lot, right? Guidelines such as maximize the distance between desks in a classroom also doesn't tell me a whole lot. I'd much rather hear something about we're keeping them 3 feet apart, 6 feet apart, 1.5 feet apart. I don't care, as long as it's something where, as something that's measurable. That's number one. And number two, I don't know what kinds of actions we're currently taking to make the facilities more safe. We've talked about PPEs today. I don't know if we have plexiglass on order, or that's not something we're doing. So to the extent we can get an update along, because I think that goes along with safety, is what we're doing to make our facilities safe. So I have one bucket there. Then the second bucket for me is around distance learning. And I want to add on to what Sylvia had brought up, which is I think a lot of the questions, a lot of the concerns I'm getting from parents is they felt it didn't work in this, they didn't feel like it could have worked better in the spring, right? And so today we saw a lot more details around the hours and how they're broken down and how we're going to fulfill the state requirements. But I'd like for us to think about, let's move from what it is that we're doing to what the impact actually is. So I'd like to hear about from the staff in 2 weeks is what do we think of the improvements for distance learning in the fall over the spring. So I'm not so much interested in the actual what we're doing. We're not in the house, but really how is it better? Is it because we're giving more guidance? Is it because the teachers have more PD? Is it because we're freeing up more of their times? And so to the extent that you can, trying to quantify, but if not, at least qualify that, right? So not a punch list of what we're doing, but what the impact is, okay? So that's number two. Then I think earlier I had talked about, I'd like to hear more about the PD and the training, right, for both certified and classified. And then the feedback on how we would assess progress and how well distance learning is working. So that's 3 and 4. I think there was an item I think Sylvia brought up about, we've talked about using 2 learning management systems. There's Google Classroom, there's Seesaw, just understanding what that is. Because to the extent, I think there's a big jump going from 1 to 2. So why are we using 2 rather than 1? Just some thoughts around there. So those are, I think, the 5 things I like to get in order of priority for July 30th. One last thing, and this is not something to come back, is there's a lot of questions asked. And I hear actually the same questions being asked today a few times in different forms. And some of these were asked before. And I've had people come to me and go, well, I couldn't dial into the town hall. And people feel like they're missing out on something, right? Because whenever the superintendent speaks, you're not there to hear it. You feel like you've left, and then they don't want to listen to the hours. Maybe it's not that important to them. So to the extent that we can collect, as we start answering these questions, if we can start building an FAQ, right? So people can kind of look there. So we don't have the same question answered 4 times. That would help, because I'm actually seeing a theme in these questions, and I'd almost do it, except I can't speak for the district, whereas I guess you can a lot more. Otherwise, I just stick it on my own webpage or something. But if we could just start that, and maybe there are ways we crowdsource it or something, so it could all help. Okay, so those are my 5 items plus an input for the process. And so thanks for the indulgence, guys. I'm done, Lori.
Thanks, Jerry. All right. Crowdsource it. Man, what are you signing us up for, Jer? All right. Let's see here. I have, you know what, I'm going to start off with, I want to echo what my colleagues have said about thanking the staff for all of the work that continues to go in on this. I am thankful to live in a community where our parents and our community members recognize that and have been extending thanks. I mentioned last time I've sat in on a lot of recent board meetings, and I think we should all be proud of the fact that our community does recognize how hard people are working, and also that this is just an extraordinarily challenging situation, and that they can recognize that and acknowledge that both can be true at the same time. So kudos to everybody and to my colleagues. You guys are doing an amazing job, and I really appreciate you. Okay, so let's see here. So next time and or whenever it's appropriate, but preferably, well, actually not preferably, I'm gonna ask for it. Before school starts, I would love to get an update on just sort of the general bucket of connectivity for students and staff. Where are we at with making sure that anybody who needs a one-to-one device has it, if they need multiple for the same family to enable this to happen, that we have a good handle on that we have a process on, you know, how that handoff is happening, if it needs to, for both devices as well as connectivity hotspots. Somebody raised tonight in public comment sort of the idea of, I know we have like a sort of, I think there's like a ticket system for staff for tech support, and maybe we need to create a student ticket or look into if that's feasible. I don't know. I leave that to staff to do, but it's an idea worth
thinking about, I guess, if it's feasible. Then I know we had said last time, and I'm sure it's still on everybody's list, I really do want to continue to make sure we're getting an update on our special education students, the planning around that. And also I'd love to include what communication we've specifically done with those families. I think it's really important that we get a communication that's tailored to address some of those needs and to make sure that all of those families are getting an update, that we're absolutely considering them in all of the planning that's going on. I know our special education team is working very hard on that. That work is absolutely integrated, and also in addition to the work that's being done for all students. So I just want to make sure we're communicating that out specifically to those families. Our English language learners, I'd love to just get an update before school starts on what planning we have in place around making sure we're supporting our families or our students that are learning English in this brave new world we're in. Still have the budget item update on there. I know somebody referenced the National Academy of Sciences paper that came out. It's another data point that somebody else is offering. They're offering they're making some suggestions for how important they think in-person learning is when it's safe, which I think we absolutely agree with. And then they're also calling for the investment it's going to take to make that happen, and acknowledging that it's exceedingly expensive for districts. Their metric on it was, I believe, $1.8 million for a district the size of 3,200 students. I think last time I referenced that the National School Administrators Association, I believe it was saying their estimate was $500 a student. And I want to acknowledge that I know there's a district here in this county that came out with their communication to families acknowledging that their board is releasing $1 million from their budget to make an attempt at potentially hybrid learning, and that was for a district of 1,700 students. We're 17,000, do the math on that. So would love to know what that number actually is. Let's see. I, at some point, definitely would like to hear about Cooperdoodle, and if our Cooperdoodle students, if we're just considering both our students and staff in our Cooperdoodle program to be in our phases, or if that's going to look different, because I do know there are some special regulations around our preschool students. So I'd just like to hear, an update about the planning that's going on for both our staff and our families who are continuing or participating in Cooperdoodle. And let's see here. I want to +1, Sylvia, on the authentic engagement, and certainly agree that I've heard a lot of concerns about the screen time. So thank you for raising that, it's the balance between that authentic learning and to what extent live time plays with that versus the concerns around screen time. I'd love to hear more. Allison mentioned a keynote from I'm not sure if it's maybe some additional help we're getting from an outside service, or if it's, I'm not sure what that is, but I would love to hear more about the keynote, and if that was intended for staff, sort of explaining just the whole conceptual level of distance learning, or if that was a parent ed, and would be great if we could consider both. And then +1 for Jerry on sort of understanding where we are in the process of getting our facilities ready to go for when it is time for hybrid. And on the one hand, I want us to be really proactive in making sure we are as ready to go on that as we can. I also want us to be really mindful of not spinning our wheels on either time or money if there are things that are going to be changing with what's coming from the governor, what continues to be out there as far as new guidance that seems to constantly be coming in sideways based on something new they've learned, and how we mitigate that as best we can, which is
again, back to compromises and choosing between less bad options, which is the theme. So, okay, I think I got everything. And Sylvia, I know you said you might have something else and to come back to you. Do you have anything that you want to reflect any further on?
Since we're making a list for Stacy, and it feels like hours ago that I said this, so I just want to make sure it got on the list about some sort of parent training protocol or program or something would be nice, and then some sort of program about clubs.
Okay, so Stacy, now that we've completely inundated you with our ideas, and we'll leave you with the judgment to be able to triage and say what are the things that are most important, because obviously 5 of us, and I'm sure you've got lots of themes written down there. So
I think everything is important. It'll just be prioritizing and timelines. So there's some that we know we need to get back immediately, and some that are going to take a little bit longer. So we'll work that through. But again, we will be bringing back every board meeting updates. So this falls in line with where all of our work is falling right now.
okay. Anything else on this item from my colleagues or from staff? All right. So I think, let's see here. Thank you for, it must be Mahmood still pulling up this agenda for me. Thank you. Let's see, board and superintendent activity. Who wants to go first?
I just wanted to say I thought the town hall went really well. Thank you for doing it. Please continue to do it. That's it. Thanks.
I just wanted to remind everybody that the governor is going to come out tomorrow with his stuff. And there's also a webinar, Santa Clara County webinar at 11 o'clock around the science of reopening. So just for your information. But one of the things I did today that I just want to share, I was invited, maybe we all were, to observe a CAP, Comprehensive Autistic Program lesson. And I did that today actually with Stacy. We observed one of our CAP teachers working with a kindergartner. And it was fascinating. So if you have a chance to go for 30 minutes and observe one of those CAP lessons, I would encourage you to do so if you haven't done it already, because it's pretty amazing what we're doing with kids that are pretty severely challenged in their learning. So, and we're doing it remotely. So I was impressed. Thank you.
Thanks, Phyllis. Anybody else? All right, I have one, we received notice from the county that now I'm gonna challenge myself on the name because I didn't pull it up for me. I believe it's the County Committee on the Reorganization of School Districts. Did I get that close to right? Which is a committee that looks at whenever there are appeals or petitions made through a very specific process in the county to look at shifting district boundaries in special conditions and cases. This is the committee that weighs in on it. And it is done by supervisorial district in the county. And so there is an opening from supervisorial district 3, which is, if I understand the map right, would be if Dave Cortese is your supervisor, your county supervisor, then you would be eligible to consider whether or not that applying for that committee interests you. And I understand we will be posting that information that came to us from the county on our website under the board tab. Stacy, you said you were going to create a new tab called?
Message from the county soup. So we'll actually begin to use that tab to drop information coming in from the county. So that will be an ongoing tab for us.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And that was my only update. I do know that the County School Boards Association has their weekly check-in tomorrow afternoon after the governor's news drops. So that ought to be an interesting one if
any of my colleagues are thinking about joining this week. I'm sure it will be all a buzz amongst all the school board members in the county. And Stacy, do you have any updates for us, superintendent updates?
I don't at this point.
Okay. And we haven't had any committees, so I think we're good there. And then agenda setting, anything else anybody needs to raise here? Okay, hearing none. So the board still needs to continue into closed session. So when I adjourn the meeting, if the board members would please go back to our closed session link. And with that, thank you to the members of the community who took the time to join us tonight and give their input and attend and listen to the meeting. And thank you to all of our staff and to my colleagues. Okay, there we go. Meeting, well, I'm not adjourning the meeting, I'm adjourning us to closed session. So there we go.
Thank you. Have a good night.